the Big Easy to the open road, this is Nemo Nation, broadcasting live from Fastport Studios with your hosts, Dave Nemo and Jimmy Mack.
Hey, by the way, in case you guys didn't know, Fastport's been solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Got that out of the way. We are at the historic Degas House. Hey, Dave Nemo, how you doing?
Hey, good morning. Good morning. I love the history.
I do too. And by the way, there's a bag behind you right now that says Dr. Bob Art.
Yeah,
I picked that up.
I saw that
I
bag.
called Cheryl up and got the okay. It's a Loup Garou print of a Dr. Bob piece, and it's going to get hung up here at the historic Fastport Studios, historic Degas House at the Fastport Studios.
Fastport's making history.
Fastport's making history. They certainly are with their Vet Ready Summit, and we're 11 blocks away, aren't we?
11 blocks away from the historic birthplace of trucking radio back in March of 1971.
And by the way, I can't even imagine, I cannot imagine what his experience must have been the first time he signed on. I mean, we'll talk about the first time you signed on, but I mean, can you even imagine what Charlie was thinking at that moment? Like, here we go. I've gambled a lot. I've staked a lot on this idea. Let's see how people respond.
Yeah, that's pretty scary because you take an institution that goes back. Well, you have the Catholic Church for one thing.
Been around a while.
Been around a while. It's big too. They're known worldwide.
By the way, speaking of New Orleans, the Catholic Church has returned to New Orleans too. By the way, Pope is from here, man. He's from Chicago, but he's from here. His people are from here. They are from the 7th Ward, which is basically, we are a hop, step, and a jump from the 7th Ward, by the way.
That is true.
Go on. Yeah, so I mean,
it all comes together right here, like a gumbo. It all just gets thrown in the pot.
I kept thinking about that Charlie basically sat down that first time he clicked on, man, and there was no guarantee. There was no guarantee that people would now I'm willing to bet a lot of lonely truckers out there as they began to turn the dial, heard somebody talking to them and playing their kind of music and speaking their kind of language. Mm-hmm. But even when you got there, it must have been the wheels have, the engine just turning over, the wheels have just started to spin, man. I don't know where it's going to go. It took off pretty fast, though, didn't it?
It did take off real fast because all of the audience was there just waiting for something. And they didn't know what it was. They didn't know it was coming. And when it came, it was a huge surprise. Time magazine picked up on it right away.
Real quickly. It's a really great story. I've read that story. You have that story, as a matter of fact. Let me tell you a little quickly, though, about the here and now. We got friends out there who are waiting for their new jobs to start. We got friends who are actually going from Tomah, Wisconsin, headed to Minnesota for a reload and then off to Oklahoma. We've got friends who are off to Crawford, Indiana to load some steel for Nebraska. And we got a whole bunch of friends out there who are saying good morning, from Brad Bentley to the Paranormal Pie Man to Joe J to Paul Whitlow to our friend Beach Bum, and of course Chowder are out there, and you can join the conversation on Nemo Nation at 615-292-6366, whether you're finding time on Facebook, whether you're yakking it up on the tube of you, whether you're leaving your heart at iHeart. Maybe you have the audacity to listen on Odyssey, or maybe you've opened up a box of Pandora with its second-rate salesman and third-rate talent. You like that?
What's in the box?
We're not the third string around
that ain't
here.
Jack in the box.
Yeah, I'm telling you. We're not the third string over here. We are in a reference that only Dave Nemo will get. We are the Chinese Bandits.
Oh my God.
You like that? Remember that?
Yeah.
You remember what that is? Chinese Bandits? Chinese Bandits. You don't know that?
I don't know if I do or not.
So Paul Dietzel, who was the coach that won the first national championship at LSU with Billy, is it Billy Kilmer? Not Billy Kilmer. What was the name of the guy? Oh my God, the one who won the Heisman Trophy, the first LSU Heisman Trophy winner. Billy Cannon.
Yeah.
Billy Cannon. Okay. His big claim to fame was remember in the old days, players had to play both ways, and if you took a player out of the game, he was out. Mm-hmm. What Dietzel did at LSU was he developed a thing called the Chinese Bandits, which were, he actually worked with his second team and his third team a lot, so that when people went down, when the injury attrition loaded up, everybody was ready to play. he could put everybody on the field. So we're the Chinese Bandits. Yeah. We're like not the third string, not the fourth string. We are the end of the string. I guess is we are the last straw rather than the string. Is a good way of kind of putting it. We told you guys to give us a call. People are already giving us a call. Madison with a T, who's producing the show. Dre is lost somewhere in Sturgis. Who do we got?
Who do you think?
Chowder Bandit. What's going on?
Hey, morning, guys. Morning, Dave. Morning, Jimmy. Morning, Madison with a T.
Good morning.
And morning, Turtle, Pie Man, and everybody else in the world.
Yeah.
So little dreary over the last couple of days up here at night, but it's nice and calm and cool and green still. Speaking of green, let me tell you something, Jimmy Mack. Next time I go watch Night Ranger at a concert, specifically in Sturgis at the Full Throttle Saloon, I am sitting by the giant fan. Not because it was overly hot, Jimmy, but man, these couple ladies and their friends behind us were having their own solo concert, and there was a lot of sweet green leaf going around in the air, and
a lot of people smoking that Mary Do You Wanna, you know what I'm talking about? A lot of people hitting that token, one toke over the line.
Yeah, it was a great time, but, I know you've probably heard of this band because you know a lot of music, and, well, Chowder don't. But there's this band out of Minneapolis called Rebel Queens.
I saw those photos, man.
Those ladies were rocking it and stringing away and wailing away. And I don't know who their lead singer's name is because, well, we had a few too many banquets, but she sounded somewhere between Lita Ford and Vixen. And it was really a good time. It was really a good time. But the best time I had that whole weekend?
Go on.
When Dr. Phone Master Dre comes barreling down the main street towards me from One Eye Jacks. Now, there's a guy that when you know a brother and a friend, and you see him, you're not disappointed and you're really happy. And I was hoping Dre would be in already, but I'm sure he's still recovered and vacationing. But I really want to appreciate the time Dre took to act like a brother with my oldest daughter. They really hit it off good, too. And we had a good time going down into the Hells Angels Dungeon Bar and walking through. And although it was only, 3 hours or so, it felt like a whole day with Dre. But I can't wait till I get back. And I just really want to appreciate Dre for being that good friend.
He is a good friend, and he's a great guy and a beautiful human being. He really is.
Yeah, he is. He was great to hang with. I mean, could have done it for a lot longer.
What are the odds that you guys? Wait. What are the odds of you two meeting 1,000 miles away from where you are normally at the same time on the same day at the same moment? That is amazing.
Well, actually, it's a little simpler than that, Dave. We kind of set this up.
He didn't run into him, Dave. They've been talking about Sturgis for a while. That's why we got the T-shirts. Yeah. Go ahead.
I started talking with Dre like 6 years ago on Casey's show. One time I pulled into the truck stop and just happened to call in once. Really had that kind of like talking with him, and over the years we have, and he just happened to be coming up to Sturgis, and I was here, so we were texting and calling back and forth, and we were going to meet up. I just hoped I had been home sooner so we could have longer, but it was kind of a setup deal. But like I say, I like to think Dre came up to see me, and it just happened to be a motorcycle rally, when in reality he went up to a motorcycle rally that I just happened to be home for that weekend.
Yeah.
By the way, we got some news. We got to talk about in your neck of the woods. Just like Nemo Nation, North Dakota has gone from 75 to 80 in the blink of an eye. Just want to point that out to people. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's good, because I live in South Dakota.
I remember talking about that coming up, and I didn't realize it actually.
It went into effect. It has gone into effect.
Yeah, I live in South Dakota, but it's been that way, I think, for almost a month now. I've seen the signs changed everywhere, but it's probably good because we were all driving 80 anyway.
Yeah. I mean, basically, now you have a right to go to 85. I mean, it really is. It's good news across the board for everybody.
No, it's not, Jimmy, because sometimes I take the side-by-side out there, and the tires are only rated to 70. And my wife said, "Are we sure they'll hold up?" And I said, "Well, if they don't, you'll be the second to find out."
Well, what's really great about it, too, is the fact that if they ever don't hold out, you know exactly what it's like to host Nemo Nation.
No, you guys do a better job than that. Hey, you guys go ahead and get on down the road. I'm going to get out of everybody else's way. Thanks. Have a good day. Talk to you guys later.
You too.
Thank you, Chowder. And by the way, Tiffany is the lead vocalist. You have Katie, Josie, Natalie, Lou, and Beth.
Rebel
That
Queen.
is the Rebel Queens.
Rebel-
Boy, that's a
Rebel
good-looking
Queen.
bunch of ladies right there.
Thank
too.
you, Chowder.
Yep.
We got to take another phone call here real quick. By the way, Pack Rat, you know who I talked to yesterday?
No.
Mike Florio, who will be joining us at 8:45 on the 15th. I kind of laid out what has been going on, and he said, that doesn't change anything. I hate corporate guys. I'll be there. You know? I mean, typical Florio. I had a hell with him. I'll come on. I'll see you soon. See you soon. He got a new book coming out, too.
Awesome.
Hey, Pack Rat, how are you, man?
Well, I'm okay. There's something I wonder if I didn't hear us talking about it on the show yet. I wondered if you did or not. It's the Werner lawsuit there. Did you discuss the end result of that lawsuit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we actually have talked about it. It did get overturned.
Yes.
It got overturned, and there was a we talked about it during the TXTA coverage too. There was a
Okay,
there was
I missed it.
well, the thing is that TXTA, and we didn't talk about this. I was a guest in their house. They took one more bite at the apple, and they were a little disappointed because in order for them to get tort reform passed a couple of years ago in Texas, they had to set up some loopholes. They had to make some concessions. They went back to the legislature and tried to get those concessions closed, tried to get those loopholes closed. And the people in the state capitol went, yeah, no. There was particularly people on the other side of the aisle from them stuck their neck out, and they said, no, absolutely not. And I didn't want to push back on that because I was a guest in their house and big fans of theirs. But there's a point where you got to say you don't win everything, and sometimes you turn your focus elsewhere. But the Warner settlement has been kind of used as the gold standard for the need for tort reform. And I have to tell you, Pack Rat, on this one I'm a little bit mixed on it. In regards to tort reform. On tort reform, I'm really mixed, dude. Because, Because with tort reform, and by the way, I'm going to put this in I call it the other perspective, Dave. You're against regulation, right? I mean, you want less regulation on what you do, correct?
Yeah, I would say that, yes.
Okay. You realize that tort reform is regulating an industry, right?
Yeah, okay.
And by the way, our Milton Friedman, no liberal by anybody's standards, actually thought that we should get rid of all regulations and let the legal profession hold people accountable. That was his theory. That he's like, you know what? Do what you want. Have a good. But here's the thing: is a lot of guys out there on the road. Not you, not me. Probably the guy behind the tree. A lot of those folks out there are like, I want to do what I want. I'm a libertarian. I'm a free man. I get to do what I want. I get to play rock and roll. And it's like, you do. Okay, libertarian. Now you get to face 12 jurors. How you feel about that, libertarian? I'm not saying, by the way, and there are abuses that have to be controlled, and there are caps that should be put to some degree. But if you put too many caps, then people do what they want to. You know what I'm saying? It's complicated.
Well, yeah.
But the Warner thing was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous.
Well, it's huge though. And the thing that kind of surprised me was it was a ruling of 5 on the court 5-3. I'm surprised that three judges ruled in favor of Warner on that. So it's still a victory, and I think the fallout of that is still going to be huge.
Yeah. I mean, it's a massive victory for Warner. But that being said, it still means that how do I put this? You can still lose in the court of law and then hope you get the right 3 judges. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's it. You know, that's the thing. That's the thing that kind of plays out here. But that Warner decision was brutal, and then they reversed it. And a lot of the T. Reed leavers thought they'd get a 2-1. It was kind of surprising, wasn't it?
Yeah, you probably know this, Jimmy Mack. I've talked about Dave about this before, but there are finance companies that they bankroll these lawsuits. Like they'll take a look at the merits of the case and they will fund it. So there's a lot of money lost in this.
Lord, yeah.
Let me tell you something. This is interesting too. We talked about this on the show with Great West. I had a conversation with them about it. the billboards you see on the side of the road, put the hurt on them, throw them in the pain locker, open up a can of whoop ass.
I've seen that,
Those guys,
Yeah.
you shouldn't be afraid of those guys. Those guys aren't to be afraid of. Those guys are negotiators. Those guys will sit down and talk with you. The chill up your spine as a trucking company, as a carrier, as an owner-operator with your own authority, is when you don't recognize the law firm. It's from out of state, and yet on its collection of attorneys, there's one or two former U.S. congressmen on it. At that point, you should get a chill up your spine, because at that point, when it has when it's allowed to practice law in 3 states and actually has offices in downtown Charlotte, as opposed to in some kind of strip mall, that's when you should go, we're in trouble. That's exactly it. They talked about this at a safety conference one time, that don't hate all those guys with the billboards and the TV commercials you see during football games. Those people will talk with you. It's the people who basically say, well, we'll give you this much money. No, we'll see you in court. That's it. Yeah, bankrolled. Absolutely bankrolled. Absolutely bankrolled. There's big money in it. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, Packrat, what did you do this weekend? And how are you feeling, Mr. Rabies, man?
I didn't do much this weekend because I hit the road yesterday morning, so I had a day off at home. But I'm still sluggish. I'm still kind of lethargic, and I think the hot season is over now. We're starting to cool down. So yeah, that's better in a sense.
You can take comfort in the fact that kids are going back to school. I don't take comfort in that. That's horrible. That Freya starts school today, Dave. Lindsay's daughter.
It's bad. Amy's been in school for a week.
That's
my
crazy.
daughter, Claire Marie's
She's
sister.
a teacher.
She's a teacher.
Yeah, she isn't going back to school.
Yeah.
It's so buckle up, because you guys got to be more careful out there now, because you're going to see a whole lot of school buses on the interstates as well too, brother. We got to do the whole pledge, national anthem stuff, but it is Mike Florio's coming back. I wanted to let you know that.
I'm looking forward to that. And Dave, Jimmy Mac, all the best.
Thank you very much. Chowda, you were talking about talking to Dre for the first time when he was on with KC, which meant that was COVID. Joe J., thank you so much for the kind wish this morning. Joe J. says, glad you're feeling better, Dave. I just came off of COVID. My body is fine. My brain is still fried. Folks, it's still here. COVID has not gone away. So a word to the wise.
Get that booster. We're going to be talking immunizations tomorrow, as a matter of fact, just letting people know this. We're going to take a quick break here. We got to do that thing where we reflect on our country. That thing where Pastor John serves up a big old bracing cup of Java. We'll come back with our good friend Diver Driver on the other side of this. He's got some well wishes for you as well too, Dave. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. And don't forget, by the way, to go to truckdown.com. They've been doing it for almost 30 years. Since 1997, they've been making sure that maintenance providers and people who do what you do for a living actually find the connection you need to get yourself back on the road. 50 states, 8 provinces, truck up. And as Lindsay says, truckdown.com. We'll be right back.
America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked away, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Monday, 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 Monday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope you had a great and also an awesome weekend. Isaiah 26 verse 3 says, you keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on you, because he trusts in you. Now, I want to say this, and I hope and pray that it helps you out, but I want to make sure that I give it to you just the way I just got it. He says, you keep me in perfect peace, which means that whatever's going on around me, whatever is happening, whatever's being thrown my way, whatever's trying to distract me, he says, you keep me in perfect peace. Why? Because my mind stay on you. And so what God is telling you and what he's telling me, as long as we keep our mind focused, as long as we keep our thoughts clear, as long as we keep our perspective on him, then everything is going to take care of itself. So that means that whatever you got on your mind, whatever's causing you to have anxiety and whatever's causing you not to feel comfortable, God said the reason you're not feeling peace is because you got your mind on the situation rather than on me. So hang in there and trust God. He knows what he's doing. I promise you that in Jesus' name. Amen.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Amen. Are you keeping your mind clear, Jimmy Mack and Dave?
I am.
You are?
I am. I'm keeping my mind clear. Dave's got a bit of a brain fog.
My mind is cleared out.
I have a friend who works as a security guard. He walks the docks at night looking for weirdos. What he does as a security guard, I don't know. Hey, guys, welcome back to Nemo Nation. This joke of the day was brought to you by Shady Rays. You'll get it better if, in fact, you're wearing Shady Rays. They got a great lost and broken protection program, and, of course, they got a great customer service over there. They've got your back at shadyrays.com. Good morning to you, Dave. You are recovering, but recovery is long and slow. It's also, I want to make you feel better, too, while you feel bad, is that if you remember it correctly, when you get this puppy, we always forget how long it takes to recover.
Yeah, we do.
The last time I got it, it was over with pretty quickly. The event itself, I had a couple of bowls of hot and sour soup, and I was okay. I didn't realize I wasn't okay until like 2 weeks later when I was okay. So keep that in mind. Don't let it get you too down. You'll probably rally. You'll be back to your old self soon enough. Driver wants to get you back to your old self. Let's get him on here now. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. How's everybody doing?
So far so good. Thank you so much. Hey, driver.
Yeah. Hey, Dave. Hope you feel better.
Thank you.
Have a speedy recovery. And it was great to catch up with you at the party, man. It's been a while.
Yeah.
And I think we were rudely interrupted by that motorcycle incident, but it's still good to catch up with you.
Wow. Can you guys I saw the end of that, but wow, right? I don't know if you guys know this, but we had a motorcycle accident happen right in front of the studios not right before the party, but the day of the party.
Yeah,
it was something else, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was crazy, and it was. I hate to say it, but it was totally the motorcyclist's fault because car A was making a left turn, and typically car A cuts in front of the bike, but car A was making a left turn, car B slowed down, and motorcycle decided he didn't want to stop, and so he sped up and went through the bike lane, and he actually hit the SUV.
Yeah.
And he and it's really funny. Was it you that was saying? I think it was you that said that adrenaline's going to wear off fast. Oh, maybe it was Brad. Well, one of you guys said that to me. It's like he was doing okay, but you could see from hhis knee. The moment the juice ran out of his system, he was going to hurt like there was no tomorrow, right?
Yeah. I think Dre got a better look at it. He said it's like his patella was pretty much just, his kneecap was just hanging, and when I got to him, he was already, he jumped up and he was on his cell phone, and I'm like, hey man, you need to sit down. And says, "No, man, take my helmet off." And I'm like, "No, that's not a good idea." And I was like, and he was insistent, so I just walked away. I was like, "I'm not trained for that," you know.
Yeah, I mean, and take it. Yeah, and the thing is, it's like I don't know. I think the rules, if I remember correctly, that if you're in an accident, you leave your helmet on until the EMTs arrive, because
that's correct.
Because you don't know what has happened, and your helmet might be the only thing between you and laying down and not waking up.
Exactly.
And people forget all of that kind of stuff. Dude, I have to tell you, though, it was so nice because, one of the things we're always told, well, you guys don't deal with truck drivers at all. And yet there you sat that morning with 2 road team captains and you right there as well. And by the way, in my heart, you're a road team captain. You're that kind of driver. And we got 3 of the best people in the world and me. And I just felt like we've come home. It was such a nice feeling to have actually people in studio, to be proud of the studio we were showing people, and it was great to have you, man. And by the way, military time from now on, I promise. I promise, Jerry.
What's 12 hours amongst friends,
Yeah, but the good news on that was you got to meet John Fry, you got to hang out with us, which we never would have caught up. I mean, if you had gotten here for that party, you were there for that chaos. I mean, that was chaos.
Yeah, absolutely. And there were so many people coming and going, I mean, all day, and and still being able to have time to catch up with you guys. That was amazing.
Yeah, and you got to eat a sandwich at one of the best poor boy joints in town, and for that I am grateful as well too. You had the shrimp, right?
Yep. And the coffee at the flagpole was pretty dang good too.
When we moved down to when we moved back home from Nashville back in 2014, the crew from the moving place came down, and I bought them all lunch, and they didn't know what they wanted. I said, "Well, have you ever had a shrimp po' boy?" And they didn't even know what I was talking about. So I went over to Danny and Clyde's.
Oh, wow.
Gas station po' boys, but in New Orleans, it's like the best. They couldn't believe it. They had never had anything. They loved them, but they had never experienced anything like that. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah. Jerry, we got to take this break here, but Driver, it is so good to talk to you. It was so good to see you. Please keep calling and keep sharing those posts, man. That is like really awesome. Thank you, sir.
We'll do.
Oh, it's okay. That happens from time to time. Thank you, Driver, for the call. Mr. Nemo is here. Tara, Touchdown, Turtle, Garris is going to be here in a second for Breaker Back Talk. We'll be digging in and talking with her. She's got some sad news. Many of you already know about it. It's going to give Dave a chance to reflect on 2 of his favorite people in the world, one of which is no longer with us except in spirit. Hey, guys, it is Nemo Nation here on Radio Nemo. Go to RadioNemo.com. By the way, Claire is getting that whole thing set up. You can actually see all of the episodes are now available on the website.
Yes.
Including We Should Write.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
And we are back on Nemo Nation, broadcasting live on RadioNemo.com, iHeartRadio, YouTube, Facebook. The options are endless, and the mics are hot. You like that one?
And the coffee's cold.
And the coffee's cold. It's iced over here.
My coffee is cold, but my heart is warm for all of our friends out there in Nemo Nation. Before we actually get to our first guest, who is a regular recurring event here on Nemo Nation, Mike Lutzenkirchen from the Lutze 43 Foundation is going to be joining us this morning. He's got some important stuff you want to listen up. Rico Muhammad is going to be joining us from the Rates and Lanes podcast. Chuck Snow is the guy who he takes the ride with on many an occasion. Can't wait to talk with him. Jamie Jones, the managing editor of Landline. Cliff Abbott, you can go to cliffabbott.com. It's his first appearance on this platform. He's done everything in trucking, including cover trucking.
Yeah.
We'll be talking with him. He's also a singer-songwriter as well. Can't wait to dig into that. Eric Sauer of the California Trucking Association. He's the executive director over there. He's going to be joining us. Dean Bushy of NACFE, who actually was embedded with Pilot. I call them the embeds. They're embedded with folks.
He's the hydrogen guy.
He's the hydrogen guy. And Michelle Malsky and her dad, Larry Malsky of Spring, are going to be joining us. Lots to talk about in the trains. Just trains upon trains, lots of stories. They've got a great couple of personal stories as well. And then Gary Langston, who is the president and CEO of the Indiana Motor Trucking Association, is going to be joining us as well. It's a great lineup. Would you care to introduce the first person, though, who is here now and waiting to talk to us, Dave?
The Terrific Turtle is going to be joining us now. Tara, Terrific Turtle Garris, back from her stay in the Lone Star State. Good morning, Tara.
Good morning, Dave. It's good to hear you, and good morning, Jimmy.
Well, I just want to compliment you again on those 2 days of incredible shows. I so wanted to be there, as you well know, but man, I felt like I was there. You guys did an incredible job.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad it felt like that. Thank you.
Go on.
Okay, guys. Today's edition of Breaker Breaker Back Talk is going to be dedicated to the memory of a beloved member of our radio family, Kimberly Hemerson. Many of you simply knew her as Skater, or as the wife of Astro Boy, but she was a familiar voice who's tuned in over the years. And Skater wasn't just a name on the radio. It was a warm voice and a kind soul and a cherished friend to many of you on the road and to us here at Radio Nemo. And her presence brought comfort and laughter and connection all across miles. And we've shared the post on Facebook of the Celebration of Life invitation, but I'll read it here real quick. It's the Celebration of Life of Kimberly Skater Hemerson, September the 6th, from 1 to 3 p.m. The address is on our Facebook page as well if you don't have time right now to jot it down, but it's 1 Prairie Meadows Drive, Altoona, Iowa, 50009. And they have said that truck parking will be available. But this segment is just a small tribute to a big spirit, and we invite you guys to listen in, to call in 615-292-6366. If you guys have any memories, you guys were friends and fellow drivers, and you listeners know who Skater was as well as we do. And call in with your stories, your memories, anything if you'd like to share them in the YouTube chat as well. But first, I guess we'll just drop into some of the beautiful tributes that we've seen in the comments section, if that's okay, guys.
Please. We are thrilled that we've made space for this. When you and I talked about it last week and we talked about it last night, both Dave and I were delighted that we'd get a chance to have this conversation. The other thing is, too, before you actually dive in, I want to remind people that ceremony is in September, and that is incredibly gracious of Al to set it up that way. So many of you are on the road, and making plans like this is really, really difficult. I know that part of the reasoning behind this was to give a lot of lead time to our friends out there to be able to go if they want to go. So we're actually doing this right now, not just as a measure of remembering her, which we will continue to do even beyond the event itself, but as a way of kind of reminding you, if you want to go, we're giving you enough lead time to get there. With that having been said, please, Tara, share the good news, because it really is. It's a great outpouring.
Yes, of course. So we've gotten a lot of comments, and Sheree Moore also posted all of this, and there was a lot of comments there as well. And if you have any memories and you can't do it right now or call in, definitely go share some memories in the comment section over on the Facebook page from that post. But Martin B said, love hearing her on XM Radio. Doug M said, my heart breaks for this sweet couple. I always love talking to her. Prayers during this time. Don Max Krause said, we're so sorry to hear of your great loss. May God be with her and her family. David L said, she will be greatly missed by many. Jerry B said, deepest sympathies and condolences to my friends and family in the trucking industry. I remember hearing them on the radio. Danny Y said, very sad news. Rest in peace, skater. Prayers go out for Astro Boy and family. Condolences from Swamp Rat. Albert K said, I've heard you guys on the Nemo show more times than I can count. My truest condolences. Candy Bass dropped in the comments and said, sending love and prayers to Skater's family. Tamara L said, didn't know her well other than reputation, and it was a big one. Big loss in the community. My condolences to her family and friends. And Deborah D said, love listening on Sirius and on the new platform. I enjoyed hearing Astro Boy and Skater when they called in. Loved hearing how they'd meet up with Outlaw in Iowa. Good folks. And a lot of other people, countless expressions of love and prayers and meaningful gifs as well. Beautiful candles light in the comments from plenty of others in the community. And Astro Boy himself also commented and said, on behalf of my wife, Kim, Skater, thank each and every one of you for allowing her to be part of your day and life on the road. Take care and be safe. God bless. And Sheree, thank you for getting the message out. That is living proof that there are angels still left among us. Mm-hmm. And all of those were just, I was just blown away. There was many more in the comments as well. And go drop yours as well in the comments section if you have anything to say or memories of Skater. But Dave and Jimmy, I know you knew Skater way better than I did. I only heard, bits and pieces on the radio. Would either of you or both of you like to share a few words or any special memories that you have of her and Astro Boy among the years?
Okay, the first thing that pops into my mind when I think about Al and Kim, the 20 Mule team from Borax. And you're thinking, what are you talking about? And I don't know how many years ago this was, but I got into this thing about the 20 Mule team and all of the history there. And they sent me one of those Revell models that you put together and then you paint and put it, and it's always it's something I'll always remember,
I got a chance to meet them a couple of times. The longest period of time was the same time I met Junker. When I met Junker at Matt's, but I didn't get a chance really to talk to him. He actually came up to the Truckers Jamboree in Walcott. And so we were over there in that diner, as you well know. And by the way, I think you may have come close to meeting them, Tara. I've got to do the math on this, but we were at Walcott, and they actually had camped out in a booth. They knew we were coming, so they baked a cake. No, they knew we were coming, and so we actually were setting up in a booth. And all of a sudden, I hear, "Well, hey, Jimmy," and I turn around, and there they are. About 2 or 3 booths down from us, and they had gone in early to have breakfast, knowing that we were going to set up and do the show from the Walcott Diner. And
I remember that. That's when I met Junker for the first time.
That's exactly it, Tara. That is it. That's you actually made their acquaintance. It was a lot of fast and furious stuff going on. I got a chance to go over there, but you were busy setting stuff up and making sure that we were good to go. But yeah, and the number of times on the phone that he called during Pittsburgh Power Pit Stop. Yeah. They called during that with really great information. The number of times they would call as a couple and go back and forth.
Volvo too.
And what's that?
With Volvo.
With Volvo too. I mean, the number of times that they would call in, and it wasn't just a matter of kind of telling us about their lives out there, about their struggles, about their successes. They were such big. I tell you what, if you were a member of their family, they loved you. They could not wait for us to get their niece on the phone, the one who actually was the Frisbee golf champion. Such big fans of her. It was always about somebody else. It was always about somebody else's success. Bruce Mallinson's a pretty serious cat, and there are a few people that could make Bruce Mallinson laugh like the two of them. can make him laugh out loud, and that gives you a sense of how warm and wonderful and inviting they were as people. She will be missed. She was a wonderful, wonderful human being and a darn good addition to the truck driving community. Our good friend Trucker Bosun writes, I met Al and Kim there as well. They had the sign for Tim for all of us to sign. I remember that. They brought a sign.
Oh my gosh, I do remember that.
That's who they were. That's
Oh
them.
wow, okay.
Aren't you glad you did
I
this?
remember that.
I mean, that's really groovy. I mean, that's a really groovy thing. And yeah, I mean, they were just, and groovy is a good word to describe them too. They always had a good attitude, even when they were in the midst
Used
of.
to write the funny songs.
Oh yeah.
I'm thinking of To All the Docks I've Bumped. There was a song by Willie Nelson and Julio Iglesias, To All the Girls I've Loved Before.
Who traveled in and out my door.
Yeah, and they wrote up To All the Docks I've Bumped Before.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, I mean, and we're saying they because in many ways, you know, he's still with us. But when we say they,
Right.
That's something that we will miss as well too. I know that Al is, you know, hurting, but he's also made a real effort to stay in touch with people, to let them know. And I'm gonna repeat myself, guys. He has graciously held off on doing this to buy people the kind of lead time they need. That if you want to go, there is still time to make those plans. Many of you guys stay 3-4 weeks ahead. There is still time to kind of make your arrangements to get over there and be part of that. They're great people. They're just great
It
people.
seemed like a recurring theme. I know it sounds bad, but a lot of the comments it sounded as if they both passed away because it kind of seemed like they were one, you know, and that's a beautiful thing. But every comment was like they will be missed. And Astro Boy is obviously still with us, but it kind of is in a way that they will both be missed. You know, they were kind of one in a way, and that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I remember the first time I said, you know, the thing is the way it works over here, guys, is that we have a thing called Stack, and the producer writes the name of the guest in there. They write the handle of the guest in there. And you used to always, we'd never just see Astro Boy. You would see Astro Boy and Skater. You would see those words all kind of lay across the platform. You know what I'm saying? It was always kind of even when it was only one of them, I'd be like, it's Astro Boy and Skater. Actually, it's only Astro Boy today. Actually, it's only Skater today. But they'd write both their names just kind of reflexively.
Well, you know, and I don't want to go way out on left field here, but think about this, and I go way further back than y'all do. But there was a couple, George Burns, Gracie Allen, husband, wife. But they were a team.
Gracie and Allen.
Gracie and Allen, and then Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz. How do you separate?
Yeah, I mean,
those?
remember,
Yeah.
George Burns doesn't separate until Oh God.
Yeah.
It's Oh God that finally gets him out of it because a lot of people thought he wasn't long for the world for a while. I mean, my grandfather, we always, you know, I don't know if you guys know this, but my second grandmother passed away recently, Catherine. And we all thought, my grandpa, when my mom's mom passed away, we thought he wasn't long for the world. So we're going to continue to encourage all of you guys to keep reaching out to Al and remember that we love him and tell him you love him and tell him how much he means to you as well. I mean, you know, she meant a lot to us. He is here. So make sure you remind him that we deeply care for him and want him to have a continued rich life to live in her honor. So, yeah, best of wishes to both of them. Absolutely.
Yes. September the 6th, Altoona, Iowa. It's on our Facebook page as well, the entire address. It's from 1 to 3 p.m. Truck parking is available, they say. Also, if you get a comment back from Skater herself, that is Astro Boy, I have learned in the Facebook comments. So just note.
Thank you, Tara, by the way. Let's I just want to kind of also once again put a button on this by actually shifting back to Austin for a second. Great job over there. A lot of good content. It was our first chance to kind of get out there and really kind of be a part of the wide, wonderful world of trucking. We've been so kind of bunkered in over here at the Fastport Studios, you up in Clarksville, Nick over in Tampa. It was really nice to kind of get back on the road and do the thing that we do. And hopefully, hopefully somebody from here, somebody from Nemo Nation will be able to get up there and tell Al how much we love him. We're letting you guys know there's enough lead time here to kind of make this happen. See if you can make it happen. See if you can make it happen for them. for them in memory of that beautiful relationship that will continue. And by the way, he will find her on the wintry shore. So that's all good news. What do you do with the rest of your day? What's the world looking like for Tara?
Well, it's kind of like my first work week back. You know, it was New Orleans and then it was Texas, so it's my first like full work week. So I'm excited to kind of be back into a routine. All of the Texas interviews from TXTA are all set onto YouTube in a playlist. So if you guys missed any of those or want to go back and listen, everything is up and ready for your enjoyment. So I'm very excited.
Yeah, and I'm going to point people in a direction, by the way, and it's a conversation. And by the way, I'm not bringing this up because Dave is here. He is absolutely not guilty of this. We, for many years, tried to figure out some sort of way for Dave, as he said, to be like an old soldier and fade away. There's an ongoing discussion that we have over the 2 days. Brian Wiebold engages in it. John Esparza engages in it. Connor Freeberg, friend of the show, who says hello, by the way, engages in it. And two of our last guests, members of their Emerging Leadership Council. And this is a conversation I think we're going to be having for quite some time. In order to avoid a toxic workplace, one of the things you can do is put together a succession plan. Remember, you asked me by text, you said, what's founder syndrome? And then I talked for 30 more seconds, and you went, nope, got it. Got it. And Dave was like, "You're not talking about me, are you?" I said, "Absolutely not." I think I wrote to you. I said, "Dave, I've said a lot of terrible things to you. That is not one of the things I will ever accuse you of."
That's what Next Gen Nemo is about.
Yeah, I mean that's the absolute truth. By the way, I have something I wanted to read you both. Norman Marin says, "Thank you, Mr. Nemo. I like to listen to you because I'm a French Canadian and you're easy to understand because you speak slower." I think that's a note for me. Thanks, Norman.
Yeah, that may be a note for me.
Yeah, and clearly you help me a lot for my English language. So maybe we should turn this over to Dave a little bit more.
Norman, thank you. I would speak faster if I could.
Not capable of it. But yeah, and that was an interesting conversation, Tara, because one of the things that you and I have talked about too, about the idea of always looking for new talent. And I tell people, if you don't look for new talent or a lack thereof will find its way into your life, and you might not like the talent that arrives, and you might not like what happens to your organization or your future if you're not planning for it. Charles de Gaulle has a great line about the graveyard being full of indispensable men.
Yeah.
And I just think it is just unbelievable. Oh, by the way, I've missed my good friend Showtime from Ontario, California says, "Good morning to all of us." And if you look behind me, Dave, you can see it there on the wall. You know what I'm talking about? That sign.
Yeah.
That sign that he sent us is right there. Tara, I'm going to let you shuffle off unless you got anything else you want to add. You said 15 minutes. You got a big, busy day ahead of you. But if you want to hang around for a second, you can. But I know you got to go.
I am going to shuffle off, but I appreciate you guys, and thank you for letting me come on and do my thing. I appreciate it.
A loving tribute, by the way, and we're going to get this up, Tara. We're going to actually put this up there. We're going to, we'll cut it in a way that actually just kind of focuses on the Astro Boy and Skater stuff. We're going to get this up because people really need to listen to this about the outpouring of love, make their way over to the Book of Face and do all that groovy stuff. That's a big thing, and they were good people, man.
Mm-hmm.
He's a great guy. He's still with us. She was a great lady. People make the joke. I hate when people say, "Oh, you're punching above your weight." I hate that. He was a great guy. He's a great guy. He was married to a great woman and a great ambassador for trucking in the truest sense. How long ago was it you met him?
Oh, you don't ask me that kind of question. I just don't know, but it's been decades.
Yeah.
Decades, yeah.
I mean, you say you go far back. You go so far back I can't even see you in my rearview mirror.
The 20 Mule team was still working when I met him.
Oh. Well, the future was yesterday because given the way the price of everything is going these days, we may be back to horses sooner rather than later. By the way, and it's all over the place now. It made its way over to CDL Life, but I first became aware of it in the UPI News of the Odd. Did you hear about the hot dog spill?
No.
Frozen hot dog spill on the Pennsylvania interstate system. A trailer tractor actually collided with two vehicles. Now, make this really clear. None of the four people that were rushed to the hospital were in serious condition. Everybody's fine. You got to kind of contextualize that with this first. On the I-83, thousands of frozen hot dogs spilled out over the highway when a tractor trailer had an accident with 2 vehicles, by the way. The Stadies were called to the scene, 4 fire departments. It all happened at the exit in Shrewsbury, which, of course, by the way, is in, the southern part of the state and is in the York County, Pennsylvania. So you've been there, haven't you?
Mm-hmm.
By the way, they shut the road down at 9:10 that morning after it happened, and it reopened at 3:45. All people are okay. There was highway damage, but from 4, it was about a 4-hour road closure. They got it back open, but there were hot dogs frozen all over the road.
This is so weird, and I'll tell you why. This weekend, I'm on YouTube on the television, and I'm listening to you guys. Well, not this weekend, but when you guys were in Austin, listening to you guys, and I'm looking at the picture on the big screen, 58-inch screen, it's very cool. And I started tooling, after you guys were off, I started tooling around a little bit, and I found this little short. It was like 8 minutes long. Why are there 10 hot dogs in a pack and 8 buns? And I'm thinking, holy cow, let's go back to the late 70s, early 80s. We got into this thing on the old Road Gang about that exact topic. Why are there 10 and 8? We had truck drivers stopping in at all-night grocery stores, Albertsons and Kroger's and Wegmans all over the country, going in and talking to the managers, counting dogs. We had guys doing the math. How many packs of dogs and buns would you have to have by the time they would even out? They did the math and everything. Well, on this little, and so it went on for a while, and then other stuff happened, and it kind of gotten forgotten. I saw this little video, and there's a really simple answer for that. When you make a hot dog, they figured out how big is a hot dog and how many hot dogs will make a pound. 10. And it's easier to sell hot dogs by the pound than it is by the piece. So if you buy a pound of hot dogs, you're going to get 10 dogs, standard. The buns,
and the 8 buns?
The 8 buns, the buns have nothing to do with hot dogs because they were making buns long before the hot dog was introduced here in the country. So all of the baking trays and all of the ovens in these big commercial ovens back at the end of the 19th century, they were set up for 2s, 4s, 6s, and 8s. Even numbers, but up to 8. 8 was it. So they say, even to this day, they say that because of that, and I'm wondering, how old are these ovens, for God's sake? Somebody needs to buy a new oven. But because the standard was for an 8-bun oven and 8-bun baking trays, it's going to stay that way forever.
You want to hear what those SOBs over at Trader Joe's have done? They actually have 16 hot dog packs, bun packs. Yeah, they know what they're doing.
They know what they're doing.
You're grabbing 2 packs of 8 and getting the 16
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
that
party
one
time.
long line. By the way, Joe J says they really need to get their act together on bun and hot dog packaging quantities.
Well, there you go, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
I'll tell you what, can we do something like this? If I can find that video. I saved it, so I have it on my set.
Just email it to Tara.
I can email it to Tara. Okay, Joe J, I'm gonna get that out for you today, and
I'm taking the note as we speak. By the way, happy August the 4th. By the way,
thank you.
It's Chocolate Chip Cookie Day. It's White Wine Day. Which, by the way, I asked Lindsay. I said, "Are you a white wine or a red wine drinker?" I'm a neither drinker, as you know. And she was really simple. She said, "White wine in the summer, red wine in the winter." I'm like, outstanding. It's also the anniversary of the U.S. Coast Guard. So all kinds of groovy stuff
Semper
going on.
Paratus.
Yeah, and if you have been a member of the Coast Guard, we'd love to hear from you at 615-292-6366. As you well know, Dave, our wedding planner was a member of the Coast Guard.
Yeah.
Was an active member of the Coast Guard. She was terrific, by the way. We brought her in the last, we hired her early, and she's like, "Well, what do you need me to do?" I said, "We need you to execute everything we've already put into place in the last week and a half." And she said, "I can do that." She said, "I'm pretty good at following orders."
And what a better place to have a wedding planned by a coastie, Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah, I mean, literally at the lakefront airport.
Yeah.
So we had a lakefront airport wedding with a Coast Guard reservist. Actually, I don't remember whether she was a reservist or active, but I know she had to do something at some point. When we were trying to schedule her, she was like, "Well, I got this thing I have to do in in September." And we're like, "No. We need you in October just for the last week." By the way, Paranormal Pie Man says I have a partial pack of hot dogs in my truck fridge. I've always thought, wouldn't it be really funny if like somebody like got their pack of hot dogs and just threw 2 hot dogs away immediately? Now it's even. There we go.
Yeah.
Steve says, "Good morning, Road Gang. Today starts a new chapter, embarking to a new company, praying for the best." You and Chowder, by the way. Well done, sir. By the way, Kevin, our good friend Trucker Boaston, says a few companies do make Jumbo Dog 8-packs. Jumbo Dog 8-packs.
Man, yeah. But then what about the bun? Is the bun going to hold that?
By the way, the Beach Bum says it's definitely a conspiracy because I like bratwurst and there's only 6 of those in a package. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They're basically asking you to stay ahead of the curve there. Good luck to you, Steve, from our good friend Trucker Boaston. He just started with his new company a week ago. Man, a lot of people are changing jobs. A lot of people are starting new gigs. A lot of our friends out there making it happen. By the way, in just a little bit, Mike Lutzenkirchen is going to be joining us. We've had him on the show before. He was one of the first guests ever.
He was
on Nemo
on the
Nation.
First edition.
He was on the first edition of Nemo Nation.
They had their big race this Saturday, a couple days ago.
And we'll be talking with him on the other side of that. Don't forget that Rico Muhammad's going to be coming. Jamie Jones, Cliff Abbott, Eric Sauer, Dean Bushy, Michelle Mulsky and her dad Larry, and Gary Langston are all going to be part of the lineup here today on Nemo Nation. Fast and Furious, we are coming at you, making it all happen for you out here. And don't forget, if you drive in North Dakota, your speed limit just went from 75 to 80 in the blink of a sign. There it is. It is done. It is out there. And by the way, we're going to start to see the actual effects of tariffs in the next couple of weeks. Most of them are going to have kicked in. They kicked in over the weekend. We will see what they do. We will get a sense of it. And that might bring some stability to the market, actually. If this is the end, if this is it, this is the policy, then people will make adjustments accordingly. By the way, the Beach Bum has an air fryer in the truck, which is the next best thing to grilling them.
What can you not do in an air fryer? I saw this lady make a bloomin' onion for the air fryer, and got to try it.
What do you do with a bloomin' onion? What do you do with a bloomin' onion? What do you do with a bloomin' onion early in the morning?
Put them in the air fryer.
Put them in the air fryer. Put them in the air fryer. Quality radio from Radio.
Throw a hot dog in there, too.
Oh, by the way, people are doing that, man. Paranormal Pie Man says he loves his air fryer. He also says, and eat them all in one sitting. Disgusting.
Yeah. Chicken legs. Some folks will call them drumsticks. Air fryer, absolutely healthy, delicious, the best ever.
We're going to take a quick break here. Oh, who do we got on the phone? Who do we got? Marshall, get in here quick. Get in here quick, brother. What's going on?
I have a great wedding toast here for you. You gather everybody around and you say a little something about the bride and the groom, and then you ask everybody to raise their glass. Yesterday is history. What's done is done. There's no going back. Tomorrow's a mystery. No one really knows what the future will bring. But today, this very moment, is a gift. That's why it's called the present. Open this gift and enjoy it to the fullest. And if you'll do this each and every day, then the future will no longer be a mystery. Salute.
That's beautiful. You
Nice.
know, I thought if this was going to be a joke or something, but that ain't. I mean, that's beautiful.
That's just nicely done, my
Yeah.
friend. Marshall, we got to take a break, but we got you in over the fence. It is good to talk to you, my brother, and it was good to see you as
Good
well.
to see you here too, man.
The fourth truck driver on site who got there before everybody else, Marshall Platter. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I'm on my way to Sacramento.
A lot of California kids out there today. Be careful. We love you. Good to hear from you, and we will talk soon. Madison, get him out of here. Get us out of here. Let's take this break. We'll come back on the other side of Nemo Nation with Mike Lutzenkirchen.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Hey there, this is Nemo Nation, and you're riding shotgun once again with Dave Nemo and Jimmy Mack, live from New Orleans.
We are live from New Orleans. Thank you, Madison. Thank you for turning it over to us.
You're welcome.
Joe J says, guys, I-80 in Morris, Illinois is closed for an extended period. There's been a 2-truck crash. If you want to broadcast it on air, thank you. We got it. That is through WGN. Big thanks to Joe J as well. So, Dave, you're just recovering from a bit of the old nasty, correct?
Yeah. I'm so sorry to hear that Mike Lutzenkirchen is fall succumbed to that. And I didn't have one, but the new COVID test kits, they also cover flu, both types.
Yeah, and by the way, our good friend Nick DeMeo did not have the COVID, but he did have the flu of B.
Yeah.
He had the B. That's what he said.
I think
flu.
he had the B. Yeah.
He had the B. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes you got to be sick and you got to get over it. But we got to give you the time to do it. But you know what? These folks over there at the Litzy 43 Foundation, they're on top of it. They sent their good friend Doug Smith, a genuine friend of this show, by the way, joins us this morning. Hey, Doug, thank you for making the time. It's great to have you, man.
Oh, yeah. Hey, good morning, Jimmy Mack. How are you, Dave?
Hey, doing good, Doug. Thank you so much for joining us, and please send our best to Mike. It's horrible. Live like Lutz, love like Lutz, learn from Lutz, and then run like the Dickens, huh? Saturday afternoon.
Oh, yeah. Saturday was an amazing event. It was my first time, being there, but it was the 11th annual run that they've done since 2014, and it was great. We had over 833 runners that were either on site and or through virtual runnings that they set up in their local towns, homes, and so on. And then, but the big thing is we were able to raise over $90,000 for the mission that we've got about improving roadway safety and the message around distracted, impaired, and unsafe driving.
Wow, that's amazing. Run that 843?
Yeah, so the last count that we had was 833.
33.
And so, so a majority of those were there in Marietta, Georgia, at Lassiter High School. That the start-finish line was on the 43-yard line of Lutzy 43 Field, which Lassiter named after Philip, after his passing. And so we had to start there and did a 5K. But we had folks, pictures from all over social media, friends of also the show, Jeremy Raymer and Dr. Mark Manera from Project 61. They hosted a virtual team. They put up images. And so we're just thankful that so many people across the country took part in it, even if they weren't able to be in Marietta with us.
You know, you and I have had a similar health journey. I keep up with you on the socials, and you're a guy who, like me, actually, there was a point in my life where I weighed 267 pounds. And I actually, and by the way, like my father has been doing, I made the commitment to kind of, lose it at a very gradual pace. And one of the things that doesn't get talked about a lot is that the healthier you are behind the wheel, the better a driver you are. People forget that too.
Yeah.
That a lot of stuff in regards to distracted driving, a lot of stuff in regards to your comfort behind the wheel, your reaction time, and all that stuff is really kind of dedicated to like how well you take care of yourself behind the wheel, not just from preventing yourself making good decisions and not driving impaired and not making what I call reckless decisions. But a lot of those decisions can be avoided by living a healthy lifestyle as well. And I was just kind of curious, Doug. We haven't gotten a chance to talk a lot about that journey of yours. Among all the other things, I won't lie to you. I can tell you, I have become a better driver since I got myself in shape. I became aware of it just a couple of weeks ago. I was thinking about you guys, and I thought to myself, I said, I wonder if this has any impact. And then I kind of thought about what it was like to be heavy behind the wheel and what it's like to actually be, you haven't got to be like ripped, but it makes a big difference, doesn't it?
It does, and again, what I consider, on my journey over the last 21 months or so, it's 4 different tiers, right? Like you do have physical, being healthy physically, but also mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, are all those, and that mental acuity that comes in that allows focus and so on. Because when I was 225 pounds, when I was driving, I found myself fatigued more. I found myself very lethargic when I was behind the wheel. I got very tired, and now it's just with those firing it on all cylinders, there is just a better mental awareness, when I'm driving. And so there is less distractions that is happening.
It's amazing too that, you never know what's going to distract you. And I'm going to tell you a very embarrassing story here.
Because that's what we do.
That's what we do. Yesterday, I'm in the car, and I'm going down to the grocery store. And I'm at an intersection in my neighborhood that every day I'm there, right? Well, in this particular case, I come to the stop sign, and somebody over here has, right to my left, there was a little fender bender. So I'm looking over there, and whoa, look at this. I wonder what's going on. Looks like everything's okay. And I go forward, and don't you know, I hear a horn blasting at me because I didn't look to the right, and there was a van coming down the street. Didn't hit me or anything like that. And I'm thinking, holy cow, how stupid. Look both. When I was a kid, we walked. I'm a child of the 50s. I was a little boy in the 50s, so we walked everywhere. And the first thing we learn when you get to an intersection, look both ways. And I'm thinking, my goodness day. So yeah, it's not just playing with the radio or, my wife will tell you, and I can relate to this too. Having that dad hand coming back across that back seat in the car. Well, a lady got arrested for that in California years ago, and that, I think, was the first known case of somebody getting a ticket for being, quote, distracted while driving. And that kind of started the thing. But what I'm getting at is you just never know what little distraction. So it's not the habitual distractions that we're talking about, texting while driving, or it's all, and I got caught, man, and I'm thinking, holy cow. I'm so glad you're on that I can tell this story because, I've been driving since I was 15 years old. And I'm 76.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it comes down to it, and that's where, those 43 key seconds that we encourage everybody to take, with the minute they get in their vehicle before they start it, make sure you've got a clear head, and a clear head doesn't mean, that you're not inebriated or you're not under the influence of something. It can also mean, are you mentally sound? Are you emotionally sound? A story that I like to share is, I met a truck driver recently. And we were talking a little bit, and he was like, he goes, I'm just taking a few minutes. And I'm like, I was at a gas station, filling up and just started talking to him. And I was like, well, I said, you done filling up? You getting out? And he's like, no, I'm taking a few minutes. He's like, I just had a really challenging conversation with my wife who's at home. I just moved over to this carrier, and we're kind of in that gap period where the paychecks aren't lining up, and so that she's getting some mail and some bills and stuff, and it kind of got me worked up a little bit. So I'm just kind of taking a minute. And I was like, this is exactly what we're talking about with a clear head. Is he felt that he was not mentally ready to get behind the wheel of that tractor trailer. And, so he took 5-10 minutes, and he, I guess calmed himself and so on. And then he went on his way. But that's part of what clear heads is. Clear hands is, having that cell phone or a drink in your hand or eating while you're driving. But then clear eyes too, and making sure that your eyes are focused on what's around you, that environment. And I live in the South. We call it rubbernecking, and that's where more crashes happen because we're busy looking at the one that we just passed, or on the other side of the median, and we're not paying attention to what's around us. And so rubbernecking can get you some accidents as well. But above everything, we definitely want people to wear their seatbelts, and that's what that fourth element is, and that's just click it. Wear that seatbelt. More often than not, it is going to save your life. If God forbid something does happen.
I hadn't heard rubbernecking in years, but I think that's what happened to me the other day with the accident.
I wasn't going to place any blame, Dave.
No, you can blame. No, I'll take. No, I will take that blame. But I want to ask you something. I have two automobiles. One is a 2011. One is a 2024. And I've talked about the 24 quite a bit because it's the same make and model, and so it's so advanced. The ADAS, the Advanced Driver Assist Systems, all of that stuff. Have we gotten any sense as to whether or not that has really made us safer or more complacent? And are we depending so much on technology that we think we have a pass now to say, well, you know what, the car is doing it, so I'm okay. Where are you guys on that? Has that been part and parcel of the discussion at this point yet?
I mean, that's a great question, and it's also a great point, and it is part of our messaging. I'll start with, we firmly believe that there are three pillars that come to what we call roadway safety, and the first one is going to be infrastructure, and that is where your Department of Transportations, whether at the state or the federal level, they are the absolute experts. They know where we need to widen roads. They know where a roundabout needs to go. They need to put rumble strips in. So roadway design, okay? The second pillar is that one that you're talking about, and that is vehicle design and the safety technology that goes into it. And then the third one is where the LUTC 43 Foundation fits and so many other organizations, and that's driver behavior and the decision-making that happens. So that second pillar, as far as technology, you'd have to talk to NHTSA or the DOT, Secretary Duffy's office or so on to get the data, I'm sure. But I believe that yes, the technology has made our roadways safer. We are actually down. We did the numbers for Georgia on Saturday. We kind of announced it that so far through the 100 days of summer, they've seen probably an 8 to 10% drop in roadway fatalities, and that trend looks like it's going to continue. So hopefully, we still got to get through Labor Day, and then nationally, we have seen over the last 2-3 years that the larger number keeps ticking down. Obviously we want to see it get under 40,000 roadway fatalities, but the complacency side is interesting. That I think, again, if you look at some of the auto drives that are out there on some of the vehicles, the Teslas and so on, that maybe we have gotten complacent with that a little bit, but I will lean and err on the side of that. I believe that the safety technology has improved. I think, again, for example, the example that you gave, Dave, as far as that without maybe that honk, but I know a vehicle that I drive, and I drive a 2020, would give me that audible and visual alert in my windshield, right? Where it's beep, 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 and and it lets you know that there's something upcoming. And that's I will admit it also. That's gotten me and saved me a couple times. So I will say technology, yes, but the complacency part is an interesting question.
I'm going to say this really quickly about the 43 seconds as well, because, the story that Dave tells, and then we got to say goodbye to you because, man, by the way, thank you for staying on a little bit longer. But the 43 seconds is so crucial, especially when you first get into your car, because complacency happens in those first 5 minutes. That's where it really, really happens, because it takes us about 5 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes. We get in the car and we start driving, and we start going through what I call the rote operation of the drive. The idea of take the left, take the right, get out of the neighborhood onto a major thoroughfare, and then onto the interstate to start our day. Our brain doesn't start working until we get on the interstate. We're just kind of doing it rotely. The 43 seconds really is a kind of a way of saying, nope, the drive begins the moment I back out of my driveway. No, the drive begins the moment I begin to back the car out in the parking lot. And that seems to me that the complacency, that the 43 seconds is actually designed to prevent the complacency. That's fair, right, Doug?
Absolutely. I agree 100% with that. Your drive begins the minute you put the car into gear.
And the new car, I find I set the car up before I leave the driveway, if you know what I mean. Push this button, push that button, turn this on, turn this off. Because there are a few things you need to do, and you can do them after you've started driving, but that's, right.
Yeah, set the navigation, and for our professional drivers that are listening, get that route set up, where your stops are and so on before you roll with that load. But yeah, I mean, again, anybody who's interested in 43 key seconds or the mission of the Let's See 43 Foundation, you could go to letsee43.org and check us out there. If you have questions, you can reach out to us. Mine is Doug at letsee43.org. And again, we welcome any support that people are willing to help us out with. It's a big mission, and we've got a lot of really amazing things planned that we're going, and we're just excited. And again, thank you so much for inviting us to be on and give an update on what we're up to.
Real quick, 833 people, and how much money?
We're still calculating, but it's over. We raised over $90,000 for just at the road race. Yes, sir.
The Let's See 43 road race in Marietta, Georgia, this past Saturday. Already looking forward to next year, and already looking forward to talking to you again. And best to Mike.
I appreciate it, Dave. Thank you, and Jimmy Mack. Thank you so much, and thank you to your team.
Thank you, sir. Doug Smith, as always, is a good friend to this show and a good friend to Nemo Nation and a good friend to all of you guys out there who make your living on the road, making sure you guys stay safe. Lutzie43.org. That is LUTZIE 43.org. It's a great story, by the way, and it's a story of actually making sure that somebody's memory never dies and making sure that you don't either. Because of that memory. We got about a moment here before our good friend Rico is going to join us here on the air. Rico Muhammad, will be talking with him. Good friends with Chuck Snow as well. A quick reminder, by the way, if you in fact spend any time in North Dakota, your speed limit went from 75 to 80 in the blink of a sign. That really is happening. We're also tracking, as are a number of our friends at Landline. We'll be talking to Jamie Jones in a little bit, as a matter of fact, talking about the tariffs. A lot of them we're going to start seeing their impacts in the next couple of weeks, because a lot of them became official. And I don't say that in regards to bad or good. What I'm simply referring to is we'll get a little bit more clarity about what all this means in the next couple of weeks. So we're hoping that you guys will actually let us know what you're seeing out there. And you can do that by jumping into the chat over on YouTube. You can do that by jumping into the conversation over at Facebook or anywhere else where the social medias allow you to kind of say your piece. Don't be surprised if it makes its way on the air.
Yes, indeed. Are we bringing on Mohammed? Yes, sir. Rico Muhammad is on now from Rates and Lanes. Hey, Rico, good morning.
Good morning, Dave. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, man. I was watching a video with you and Chuck, And I can't remember when he said, maybe the 90s or something. He said, from then on to now, I've only seen 2 contracts that were straightforward and complete. And I thought, holy cow, here we go, right?
I'll tell you what, nothing could be further from the truth, because that's exactly, unfortunately, that's the situation we find ourselves many times.
Yeah.
By the way, for those of you who don't know, Rico is the owner and operator of Crescent Carriers, LLC, a trucking company he founded in 2010. With over a decade of hands-on experience in the industry, Rico brings a deep understanding of freight logistics and small fleet operations. When he talks about it, he's actually lived it. And since 2014, he's been the voice behind the Rates and Lane podcast, where he shares insights, trends, and real-world advice to help others navigate the trucking business more effectively. Rico, it's great to have you back. Let me ask you a couple of really quick questions and set you up nicely here. What was going on last week that you kept your eye on, and what are you keeping an eye on this week in regards to what's going on in the trucking industry?
One of the most important things that I try to always keep my eye on is my personal numbers. Chuck kind of has a rolling joke that he always says, is that we're not really truck drivers, we're really accountants. And the number one thing that we got to keep our eyes on is actually of course, we have projected numbers that we're shooting for, but actually real world numbers on a week-to-week basis, what those numbers are actually looking like. Because in my time as being an independent owner-operator, this has probably been the most difficult that I've seen since I have actually been on my own, under my own authority, running trucks.
One of the things, and this goes back, about maybe 10, 15 years, Rico, we had a series of programs zeroing in on cost per mile and what is your cost per mile. And it was astounding how many people owner-operators, people who had their own businesses, did not know their cost per mile. And we did the whole thing. Okay, you take 2 identical trucks, put them on the same road with the same loads, and somebody loses his truck, and the other guy's buying another truck, or maybe that one. Are we still in that circle of deny? Is it a circle of denial? Do you understand what I'm trying to say here?
It kind of tie 2 things together. We kind of made mention about contracts, and we made mention when most people that are owner operators, of course, most people should know that the majority of the industry is made up by independent owner operators. And in that case, I mean by that small 1 to 4 trucks. And those guys and girls are not necessarily the most sophisticated. And that's not a knock on anybody. It's just that, that's not something that we're necessarily keeping our eyes on. A lot of times, from a layman standpoint, we just think about if we got enough money left over at the end of the week that we done good, and not necessarily are anticipating really the next breakdown or whatever else may be coming up, or the projections or whatever. So, and numbers aren't really sexy. You start talking about numbers a whole lot, and you start getting people nodding off on you. Also, for the fact that it's kind of scary. You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit intimidating. It's kind of scary because sometimes we don't really want to know the reality of what we're in. If we think that we're making enough money at the end of the week, then we'll just go with that. But the numbers are really a roadmap and a guide to let you know exactly the health of where you stand. And the thing that I say about that is, and why it's really scary now, and why you really have to stay on top of it, is the amount of trucking companies that you look at this year alone that have started to go out of business. And I mean, if big major companies are going out of business and stating that the numbers are no longer making sense, then that really should be a hint to the wise for all of us small guys that we really need to get on top of making sure that we are running our numbers and understanding what it is that our business, the health of our business is looking like from a financial standpoint.
One of the things, too, that was brought up over and over again, it's almost like, this is like the mantra, you've got to have a team. So you need, you have to have a team for your book work, for your mechanical work, for your logistical work, and all of that stuff. And if you go from company driver to owner-operator, you're doing the same thing on Tuesday that you did on Monday. As a company driver Monday, owner-operator Tuesday, might even have the same truck.
Absolutely.
The mindset, though, is a completely different world. Do you still find in 2025 that folks are failing to make that leap over that chasm from driver to owner? And so if they're doing good at the end of the week, well, that's exactly how their life was structured, their financial life was structured as a company driver. But now, man, that end of the week don't mean a thing when it comes down to the end of the year.
You got that right. And I contribute this to a few different things. I think the popularity back during the COVID times when things were in our favor and were looking pretty good, social media kind of exploded because you had a lot of people that were just sitting at home, didn't have anything to do. And because trucking was still moving, was still operating, and we were very profitable during that time. You had a lot of creatives or influencers, I'll put the air quotes around, that were making trucking sound like it's it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I've seen some social media posts claiming that you could go out and buy a box truck and make $1 million a year with a box truck.
Oh, I know, right? Yeah.
My favorite was some networks were basically saying, well, these guys are making $15,000 a year and $50,000 a week in the Permian Basin. I'm like going, do you know what the skill level for that is? Do you know how many years of experience and the fact that you have to actually also be experienced for some of these companies in small arms and tactics? I'm like, what are you talking about?
Chemistry degree
and all kinds of other crazy stuff, too. It's like there's a lot of false information out there, isn't there? A lot of big promises.
It totally is. And one thing that one of my mentors, my longtime mentors, told me, son, it's not about how much you make, it's about how much you can keep. And that's the biggest thing that we don't. That's where that mental, what you was talking about, Dave, that mental shift coming from. You might be doing the same thing, but you have to totally have a different perspective of what it is that you're doing.
50 years ago, it was all about American entrepreneurship, and trucking was like the golden child of entrepreneurship because you can do it. You could do it, and people did it. And then when you take a look at the Martins and the Hunts and those guys back in the 30s, starting trucking companies in the depths of the Depression, why would you do that? And look at these companies today. So it still can be done, but the mindset, it's all about mindset now.
Yeah, and like I said, with the rising cost of everything, with the cost of maintenance going through the roof, with the cost of fuel still continuing to climb, the cost of, and especially equipment. A lot of people got caught up in the conundrum I spoke about COVID. Well, back in COVID, you had people buying trucks that were grossly overpriced, but it was a supply and demand issue, so they were able to justify it. And now that dog don't hunt anymore. You got coming back down to reality, and you got a truck payment that is astronomical, and the rates are nowhere near able to justify continuing a truck payment that you signed up for 5 years. And these things, it's kind of like a perfect storm where it's hitting the trucking industry hard, very hard. And that's the thing that we try to, from the rates and lanes perspective on what we do on the podcast, we try to really speak to everything from a really grassroots perspective and from the perspective of the small guy, to let people understand and know that, right now you got to be watching everything like a hawk, and you got to be trying your best to make sure that you are cutting costs as much as possible, because right now that could be the difference between you actually surviving and coming out of this thing on the other side as strong, or you may be having to consider. And these are real conversations that I'm having with myself. It may be a situation where you have to consider, hey, maybe I might need to go ahead and close up shop and maybe looking into signing back on with somebody else, or whatever, from an insurance perspective. Because all of these things, at the end of the day, you got to throw your pride away.
That may be a great.
And do. do the best thing financially for yourself.
That may be a great conversation to have next time you come on, because I've known a lot of guys through the years who have bounced back and forth like that, and very successfully. But it ain't the Gong Show, and I am getting the hook.
Yeah, I got to pull you both, guys. This thing is fast and furious. Rico Muhammad, by the way, Rates and Lanes. You can find him on the Tube of You. You can find him on the Gram of Insta and the Book of Face over there, and he's exactly the same way on his own show as he was here. He tells it straight and to the point. Thank you, Rico. We're going to get you back on sooner rather than later. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Nemo Nation continues on the other side of this. We got an in-studio guest, by the way. Good friend Chris has dropped by. Really quickly, guys, go to truckdown.com. Get out of the ditch. Get back on the road. We'll be right back.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
We are live and rolling once again. This is Nemo Nation on RadioNemo.com and beyond. Dave, where were we?
Where were we?
Where are we?
We are beyond.
Who are you?
Same as it ever was.
Yeah.
Same as it ever was.
Good morning to Ten Ring. Good morning to Marty Ellis. He's up in Middletown, Virginia at Sheets. Tara and I experienced Sheets for the first time when we were...
Did you have a case of the Sheets?
Oh, goodness. Up in York, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, by the way, which is where they have frozen hot dogs all over the road.
All over the road. Yeah.
All over the road, by the way. One of the really cool things about having a studio, actually, I'm full disclosure, I'm going to express some displeasure to express a great deal of pleasure. We used to be basically this kind of lonesome little outlier in Ocean Springs.
Mm-hmm.
People couldn't make the trip here. They couldn't make the trip
Yeah.
there. They never stop in. We wouldn't go there. I mean, it was a lot of people in in small little
Can't get
studios.
there from here.
Can't get there from here. We can get there from here. And Chris Orban has dropped by the way.
Yeah.
Chris, he's the co-founder of Journey TMS, and he is joining us this morning. We're so thrilled to have him. Like I said, we have had road gang captains, over-the-road drivers, Walmart drivers, veterans, all kinds of folks over the last couple of weeks get a chance to stop in and hang out with us. By the way, we're still kind of a mess. You got a chance to go to that party, Chris, so we're still kind of recovering from that because the week after we were done with that, we had to come to Texas. We had to go to Texas. Like literally, it was like, well, that was great. See you in Austin.
Mm-hmm.
And then we picked up, and this wonderful young producer we have over here had never run the show by herself in the building by herself, and then it was kind of like, well, you get 2 days with Jimmy, and then you have to handle our first remote. How'd that work out for you? Pretty good, right?
Yeah, pretty good.
We got through it okay. Chris, good morning. Welcome to our studios. It's good to have you in here.
Good morning to you both, and thank you so much for having me in studio. I'm so excited that Radio Nemo is now in New Orleans, where I've been living for the last 9 years or so, and like you said, you're right in the middle of it now, so here you are.
I mean, and it's like, and by the way, as somebody who's lived in New Orleans, when we tell people, I tell out-of-towners, people who are friends of ours, I'm like, they're like, where exactly are you? I said, in the middle of it. Because we're literally within, 5 minutes of City Park, 5 minutes of the French Quarter, 5 minutes of Rampart Street. We are literally 2 minutes from Jazz Fest. I mean, we are. And by the way, what neighborhood is this? I've always asked this of people.
Oh gosh, I mean, I think of this, because you've also got Bayou St. John, right up the road here. So you are really right in the middle of it. Golly day, what neighborhood?
Because you could make a case that it's Esplanade Ridge. You could make a case that it's Treme. You could make a case that it's actually the end of Bayou St. John. I mean, it's that Broad Street divider.
As folks who are in the transportation space, it's very important for us to know where we are. But New Orleans is kind of a mix of everything. You're kind of always in the middle of everything in New Orleans.
Well, and somebody once told me that the roads weren't. This is the absolute truth. My father has pointed this out from the Morrison administration back in 1946 all the way to 1960, which is called the Progressive Era in New Orleans, meaning progressive reform and progressive infrastructure building, that the city is so well laid out that if you removed all the bad roads, you can get anywhere in like 15 minutes. That you can literally get almost. The problem is you can't take the Louisiana exit. The problem is we can go through this a lot. There are certain exits that if you take them, you end up in a pothole, and it's just kind of unbelievable.
It's kind of the classic case of you can't get there from here sometimes in New Orleans, especially if it's raining, as it was on the night that you guys kind of had your open house, which was a fantastic evening storm. So there we go.
Yeah, and what was great about it though was we were here late enough so that people were already drinking, and it's really funny. Brad Bentley. So I got the bill for the bar, which wasn't bad, by the way. It was like $26 a head, which is really great because usually the standard procedure is anywhere from $35 to $40 a head. We provided a lot of alcohol, and Brad turned to me. He's like, we could have gotten that bill down even smaller if it hadn't rained. Because the moment it rained, man, people went back and said, like, come on, keep them coming, keep them coming, keep them coming, keep them coming. Tell us about Journey TMS, by the way.
Well, Journey TMS is a small carrier transportation management system designed to really help out the folks who are running these carriers with, probably less than 50 units or so. And by the way, when I say small carrier, I don't mean small business. When you're running a trucking company, you're not running an Etsy shop out of your garage or anything like that. You're doing real work, right? I mean, you've got a very expensive asset or set of assets. You're working 24/7 on this opportunity. You've got customers who rely on you. You've got drivers who rely on you. You've got office staff who rely on you. So we wanted to try to bring some of the tools that the mega fleets use to that small carrier market and help you out with dispatch planning, visibility, integration with your accounting systems, and communication with your drivers, which I think is really, really important.
And the communication with the drivers, that kind of is becoming the core of everything. Our good friend Brian Wiebold of 10th Street was actually talking about this at TXTA, and this is becoming more and more of a conversation in regards to how fleets are actually able to communicate with the men and women in the cab. And I don't mean badgering them. I don't mean a nonstop drone of pay attention, look forward, watch you. It isn't Big Brother. They're trying to figure out ways that they can connect with these men and women to have a better understanding of what's happening. I'm not singing Kumbaya here because people are still struggling with this, right? People are trying to figure out a way that they can actually understand what's going on in the cab from a more empathetic position. Is that fair?
I think you bring up two really important things. One is, how do you connect with the driver both physically and sort of mentally in terms of what is their attention on, what are they thinking about, what are they worrying about, but also then technically, how do we make those communications happen in a way that does not distract the driver, that does not disrupt their day, does not add stress to them. I think about 20 years ago when I started out in this industry, one of the things that the safety folks I was working with told me was a distracted driver is your biggest concern. You have to help them. You have to get them the tools they need to be doing their job and focusing on the road, because a driver's job is to drive. It's not to think about, what's going on in the back office or worrying about, is this piece of new technology that my maintenance department installed actually working for me?
Dave, did you see the thing with Herschel Evans where they actually put the cameras? He's a 6 million miles of safe driving. 6 million miles. And they said, well, we got to get some cameras on you. We got to figure out how this is happening. We got to collect data. They put cameras everywhere. And they got data from everything. Do you know what the one thing they couldn't read was? The one on his head. It was moving so much. His head was moving so much. He was he never stopped. It was like what they learned wasn't data-driven. What they learned was anecdotally, observationally driven. That they said the key thing with him was was that he never was ever looking just straight ahead for any long period of time.
Sounds like the Smith system.
The Smith system, one of my favorites. That's a great call out. It's interesting you talk about data and using technology and that scanning and input, because you didn't warn everybody. I'm a huge data geek. I love data. I've been doing it, really my whole professional life. But what's interesting to me is we're always running these models, these predictive algorithms in our head. We just don't think about them that way. So this 6 million safe mile driver is running probably the most advanced safety model anybody has ever developed in his brain. I would love to be able to take that, put it into a mathematical formula, and then give it to everybody in the industry. It just doesn't work like that.
It doesn't work like that because it gets back down to Ted Williams and Tony Gwynn. Because, basically, if you ever heard Ted Williams talk about hitting, like he literally, and by the way, talk about early data. He actually had this big shelf built with little holes in it, just big enough, little shelves big enough for baseballs. And he put baseballs in them, and it was actually the size of a strike zone above and beyond it. And he would have the red balls in red where he couldn't hit the ball, and balls in white where he could get to it, and balls in blue that were his sweet spot. And he would tell people point blank, oh, yeah, go ahead, by the way. If you want to study this and strike me out, I'll adjust. He said, I actually have those red balls there so I know exactly where my weak spots are and can either lay off or make my adjustments. And a lot of people do the data work. This is why it's so important what you guys do, to stay in touch with the driver, because they often provide you a data model that you can build off of.
Well, and the other thing is, the driver knows what's going on the road out there. They know what's happening. And so if you don't ask the people who are doing the work, hey, what's going on? What do we need to change? We have this great safety system, but doesn't take any input from a driver. Well, that's silly to me. You have to get the input from the people who are doing the work, who are experiencing the changing road conditions. You think about, you mentioned COVID during your prior section. What was going on the road that was different during COVID versus now? What's going to be different in the next 6 months, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years on the road? Thousands and thousands of things are going to change. We have to be in communication with the drivers and seeing what they are telling us from the road.
One of the things we're going to have to talk about, and we're going to have to wrap this up too, I'm telling you, this goes fast and furious, is that today is the first day of school around the country for a lot of places, which is ridiculous, by the way, as Dave said, I agree with him. Memorial Day, Labor Day. Let these kids actually have a summer. Putting kids in full uniforms on this day, in this heat, all around the country is an act of cruelty. But the first day of school affects truck drivers.
100%.
And to be able to go back and check the data on accidents, but also interstate flows, interstate time limits, all of that stuff adds up, doesn't it? And that's the kind of way you can use data to stay ahead.
Well, and one thing that I'll say just before we finish up here, I was one of my very first customers was Dupre Logistics out of Lafayette, Louisiana, and I was looking at their data, and I saw this very, very interesting anomaly around safety information. I said, oh, hey, what happened here in 2005 in this area? Because I'm not from here, and I hadn't been thinking about it. And their director of safety looked me directly in the eye and said, well, that was Hurricane Katrina. That was a rough time. And said, oh, that's what data shows us. Like we can, we got to remember.
20 years. 20 years at the end of the month. By the way, I'll make you laugh. Our good friend Craig Daniels, citizen driver extraordinaire, writes, Chef Mentor Highway goes everywhere, even when it turns into Gentilly Boulevard.
That's right.
By the way, speaking of that, I had to go get toilet paper this morning, and guess what I did? I got on the interstate from Broad, got off at Franklin, went down to Gentilly Boulevard, took the right, and then went under the bridge to get to the Chef Mentor Highway Walmart, and then came back and did the whole straight shot because the GPS had changed the time because the interstate traffic had gone from being nothing to being busy. This is the kind of stuff we could dig into all morning. Chris, stick around. Our good friend Jamie Jones is going to join us. We'll let you slip out of here during the hard break. But Jamie Jones is joining us now. Before we get there, tell us where we can find Journey TMS.
Sure. Just check us out at journeytms.com, and you can find me on LinkedIn as well.
Yeah, it's good to have you, by the way. Hang out and let's talk a little bit more. Jamie Jones, by the way, Dave, is the managing editor, or as I called, the ink-stained wretch, barking orders at people from across managing editor desk. By the way, I love that. Jamie, you'll love this. In the play I told you about that I wrote, Truckload of Ink, the name of the person who had your job in that particular one, his name is Abe Gannon. Yeah. Abe Gannon, which I don't know why. Jamie Jones, all these people have these names like this. You know, you can't be a managing editor unless you have a name like Jamie Jones. Yeah. You know, you can't be like, what is it? I'm trying to think. Melvin Fanerkowitz is never anybody's.
One of my favorite radio disc jockey names is Skip Towns.
Hey, Jamie, how are you?
Hey, doing good. Oh my gosh, you were talking about toilet paper. I have the funniest toilet paper story.
Go on.
Okay, so several years ago, right before the pandemic, I was moving. And I had both places, so I was having stuff drop shipped to the new place, just so I didn't have to move it. We get over there, get me moved in, and we're like, look at all these boxes in the garage, and I had like 6 cases of toilet paper. I kept forgetting that I had already ordered them, and it was right when everything shut down. So all my friends that I normally pay with beer and pizza to help me move, they were so tickled to leave with toilet paper and paper towels and Kleenex.
Oh, that's beautiful.
This happens to me all. This happens to me all the time. I'm a perpetual picker up of toilet paper. You know, I just make sure.
You brought toilet paper in this morning.
I brought toilet paper in this morning.
Literally,
I literally brought it in, and this happens to me on a regular basis. I will literally go into a store and I'll pick up some toilet paper and I'll bring all the groceries back out. Big ton of groceries, and I will open the back of my car, and I will have 2 packs of toilet paper. I'll go, son of a bah! I mean, never ends. But I think I got that from COVID. I think I didn't catch COVID. I think I caught toilet paper. That's what I think I caught.
Well, then this was pre-COVID. Like I said, it was right before the shutdown, and everything the shelves had been cleared, so nobody could get toilet paper, so everybody was happy. And it was just so funny.
Toilet paper with Jamie Jones. Jamie, let's talk about the fact that, like I said, every time we talk, it's not a matter of, well, is there anything to talk about? It's like, where do we begin? I mean, right now in your newsroom, it must be a fire hose. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. Where would you like to begin?
Well, as much as we have a lot of news going on right now with the Pro Trucker Initiative, the DOT announced, with English language proficiency enforcement on the road, what does that really look like? You know, that's still a big question mark that we're sussing out. We head into the August recess. Thank you, Congress. You know, I mean, we need a breath here, but because we're getting ready to put our foot on the gas, and they're going to go after a highway bill. And so there's a lot of research and planning and everything on the core initiatives that are so important to our readers that we have to be ready to, cover. So if there ever is a lull, which there never really is, that's when you start doing your research and planning for the next steps ahead.
Okay. All that being said, I'm going to put on the broken record here on the broken record player and say the word, the word parking.
Oh, yeah.
We keep moving past and I know nobody wants to hear parking anymore. And the ones who are looking for a spot right now certainly don't want to hear about it, but I did a little research. 1996, before Madison was born, 1996 is the first actual Federal Highway Administration study that I could find about truck parking. And at that time, they said we were short about 29,000 parking spaces. But they only looked really at rest areas. They wanted to look at truck stops, travel plazas, but they only got 17% response from their survey. We now are in a conundrum where we have the number the ATA puts out is 1 spot for 11 trucks. They cost upwards of $100,000. It costs as much to build the parking spot as it does to buy the truck, literally. $100,000 to $150,000.
It's a mini house. It's a mini house. You build in a mini house when you do it.
Are you guys getting tired of talking about parking over there? Is that a stupid question? You know what I'm getting at? Like, when is it ever going to resolve?
I totally get that, because I just had my 21st anniversary at Landline with 25 plus years covering trucking. And I feel like that we have been talking about the same issues for so long, but I have I personally, and I can definitely tell you that members of our government affairs team have never been so reinvigorated after that pro-trucker initiative came out. You know, we have support in Congress. We have support. Everybody acknowledges that there is a problem, but it's just, I feel like this has been the Scarlett O'Hara problem of trucking. You know, we'll worry about that another day.
Tomorrow is another day.
Yes, and I, you know, finally we feel like it's bubbled to the top, and now we have NTSB with the very unfortunate crash with the Greyhound bus. And, you know, NTSB has weighed in and said this is a national priority. You know, we have these things to worry about. And it's like,
but nobody listens to NT. Okay,
I know.
Nobody listens to them. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Jamie.
Go ahead, Jamie.
Well, and I agree with Day. Normally, it's like when we're kind of like, yeah, it's NTSB, but you know, finally we at least have another federal agency ish saying something about it, but the administration, the DOT, saying something, and it's one thing if you could just find a place to park without being on an on-ramp or an off-ramp. And then there's safety issues about being on the on-ramp as opposed to the off-ramp, you know, and legality issues and everything else. And then what we're seeing is that spike in all of these paid parking things. And I'm not dismissing that. You know, it's a business model. It's serving a defined need, a clear need. But when you have rest areas that restrict overnight parking, when you have, you know, turnpikes that have rest areas that you are not allowed to park more than 4 hours, that's not okay. That's taxpayer money, which the Highway Trust Fund paid for. It's an issue. So I think it has to remain whether we want to or not. Because, I mean, infrastructure stories overall, infrastructure funding, those are yawners, and I know it. And they are for us. They are for our readers who, you know, those dedicated few who click on them and read them, you know, but it is.
But yeah, unless it's the Brent Spence Bridge, people are like, yeah, let's move on from that. There are a few people who are like, oh my God, they fixed that bridge in my county. I've just got I'm just really excited about that. I can't wait for that. I'm going to go to the ribbon cutting for that. Most people aren't interested. They don't care.
No.
They don't care. One park.
Yeah, until one falls in a river, they don't care.
The thing, and I bring up parking for a couple of reasons. The other reason is a couple of weeks ago, as you know, ATRI put out the new demographic study that they have. And I was stunned when I saw that women are now, according to this study, make up 4.1% of drivers. Now,
and less than 2% for over the road.
Yeah, we went from 10% to 4% overnight, it seems, number-wise. In other words, with these studies. Women, why would anybody want to get out there on the road now? And this is it's a demographic catastrophe and an economic catastrophe and a societal catastrophe. Wow, that ought to be the battle cry here.
Well, and you know, maybe I'm ratting out my own kind here.
Go ahead.
But women have a tendency to put up with less bullshit than men. That's just the reality.
Okay.
You know, when they're when there's an injustice, I remember, and this has nothing to do with trucking, I had a child who was well into the potty train stage. We were actually going into public without diapers, pull-ups, or anything. And we went into a shoe store. We were getting, shoes for an older sibling for school, and needed to use the restroom. We don't have a public restroom. And I said, well, you're going to have one now, because you're either going to clean up a mess out here or you're going to let me in your bathroom. One of the two. That's how this goes.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think women are just more matter of fact about this is or isn't right. We'll put up with other stuff, sure, but when it comes to certain things, we're just like, we'll walk away from it quicker, I'm afraid.
I have Chris Orban here, of course, who is the co-founder of Journey TMS, and I was asking him if there's any data on parking, and he wanted to share this real quick.
Well, and I wanted to share something from my experience when I was working at Covenant Transportation Group, where we actually did an analysis of where our drivers were parking based on their GPS data off the telematics device and things like that. And one thing that David said earlier that, again, scares the heck out of me is that so many of our drivers were being forced to park on these on-ramps and off-ramps because there just wasn't available parking. And it was in that 12 to 15% of the fleet every time they were needing to shut down was having to do this. And, this was 10 years ago or so. And so there was a less of an availability of, parking services and the ability to find with technology parking spaces, which I think is really valuable. I think that's really important that we have some of those services. But that was a very scary metric because it was dramatically less safe to park on any kind of on-ramp or off-ramp or, God forbid, the side of the highway.
It's a disaster. Jamie, I'm going to go on a rant here. I want to get your thoughts on this. What is really going to piss me off, what is going to send me an apoplexy, is if they ever decide to really kind of push in and get this done and really provide truckers with parking, and it ends up solving almost everything else. I'm going to hit the ceiling. If they actually imagine a situation where they push in and they do all the parking that's necessary, and the detention time begins to drop, and the accidents begin to drop, and everything else kind of stabilizes. I mean, and I think this might be the case. Do you feel like that if they can actually genuinely solve parking, not band-aid it or triage it, that it might actually solve a lot of the problems we've been dealing with? I mean, we can't make some owners nicer people. We can't do that. But do you feel about it the way I feel, that it might actually be one of the silver bullets out there?
Oh, 100%. I mean, again, it doesn't get into the lifestyle issues of, some crabby, dock worker or anything like that. But, if you can just get a good break and a good night's sleep, that starts everything, where you can sleep and be genuinely confident in your safety. I mean,
and not have the gun that you can't have under the pillow because you're terrified of the fact that the World Crime League might in fact show up at the overpass in pitch dark of night in the middle of bufu nowhere. I mean, that's just what.
Yeah, or the drunk running into the back of your truck because you're on an on ramp, or an off ramp. So it's just.
And it ain't his fault because you weren't supposed to be there.
Yeah, unless he's drunk. Unless he's drunk. By the way, Jamie, we got to let you go, but we're going to change the name of the show from Nemo Nation to Parking Passion. That's all we're going to do. My sister in arms, my fellow ink-stained wretch, we love having you on. Good job on Trucking with Oida last week. That's a really funny episode. Having all three of you in that bullpen was really hysterical. And it was great to have you guys doing that. And it's always good to have you on here.
Just another day in the office, man. That's what it's like around there.
That's what it sounded like. I said basically Jamie's just going in and actually having a meeting between her and her associate editor and her senior editor. I said, that's all that's happening here, and these poor kids are getting bulldozed. Get out of here. Get out of here, Jamie Jones.
All right.
Love you.
Love you.
Bye, Jamie.
All right. Nemo Nation continues on the other side of this break. Cliff Abbott's coming up. Chris, we can't thank you enough for sticking around. It was good to have you. Want to hang out some more?
Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna have Chris hang out with us a little bit more. Chris hang out with us more because I actually combined Chris and Cliff into one name. It was like
Rip.
Criff. I don't know. It
Rip.
became something. It's like one of those Cthulian monsters. We'll be back on the other side of this break. It's Nemo Nation. Go to RadioNemo.com. Check us out over there. Put on those shady rays, man.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Back to the talk that drives America. This is Nemo Nation. Let's rejoin Dave and Jimmy live from the Fastport Studios, shall we?
Chris Orban is taking the ride with us, by the way. He's the co-founder of Journey TMS. I found him on the porch, Dave. And so we might as well come on in and help us out here, keep us kind of going down the road.
I didn't want to wake him up, but...
You know, and by the way, I have to ask the question as well, too, before we bring Cliff Abbott on here. Are you, as a data geek, are you a baseball fan?
I am a baseball fan, but I will admit that I'm actually a Boston Red Sox fan, so we'll just stop
there.
So
you're a masochist.
Yeah,
exactly.
Correct.
Yeah, you can't make that claim anymore, by the way. You guys got a whole bunch of rings. The curse of the Bambino has been lifted, by the way. I'm a long-suffering Mariners baseball fan, which means you win 116 games, nobody's ever won that many, and you still lose to the damn Yankees in the National League, American League Championship Series. We're joined this morning by Cliff Abbott. He's been doing it all for quite some time, by the way. Not just as a truck driver, is where he begins. He has been an owner-operator, a trainer, a safety manager, and for more than a dozen years, a correspondent for The Trucker. He is also a singer-songwriter with 6 albums of all original music and a great line that Dave deeply admires. Share the line again with us.
Oh, the line is from the song How Much Longer? There's no room at the table for the other side. And I thought that was a beautiful song, Cliff, and that line just stuck with me. I actually came out to the kitchen and told my wife was in the kitchen. I said, man, I just heard this line in this song that was great. But, you know, Cliff has been with us on the program going back to Christmas time, 2023.
That is correct, by the way. Made a drop in, made a stop in. Hey, man. Hey, Cliff, what's going on?
Hey, good morning. Good morning. I have to disclose up front, I'm also a baseball fan and a fan of the Chicago Cubs, so that puts me in pretty rare company.
Yeah, by the way, it's like you guys, the suffering didn't end for you guys until 2016, by the way.
Yeah, and the euphoria didn't last long.
Well, that's the thing, though. I will tell you this, that it's taken Saints fans a long time to actually even remotely embrace being losers. It's a typical New Orleans thing. We win something, and by the way, we've won it. I mean, that's it. It's ours. It belongs to us. Like LSU fans were living on the fumes of the 1958 national championship until Nick Saban got there. You ought to come down to Louisiana. We don't consider ourselves losers, even though we do it all the time. So, you know, that's really it kind of comes down. How you been, man?
I've been great. I've been doing very well. I've been. I was listening a little bit earlier when Lutsy 43 was on talking about getting in shape and so forth. I actually had surgery back in November. I've lost 115 pounds. I'm exercising more. I'm eating better, and I'm getting healthier. It's feeling pretty good.
Fantastic.
Let me ask you something in regards to your dietary changes. I always ask this question because my father struggled with this until he finally figured it out. My brother continues to. He's like, I have to give up all this good stuff. And a friend of mine once told me, rather than giving up good stuff, go find other good stuff that is actually good for you and eat that. In your new adventure in health, have you discovered any food out there that really does it for you, where you're like, okay, I can't eat that stuff anymore, but I found avocados, something like that?
Yeah, avocados are nasty, but yeah, I eat a lot of protein. You got to kind of push the protein when you had the gastric bypass surgery, but for the most part, they leave you with a stomach pouch a little bit bigger than an egg. And so, I can still eat some of the things I like. You just can't eat nearly as much. And a lot of it is just getting up off the chair, getting into motion, going for walks, and working in the yard, doing things that kind of burn some calories and firm you up some.
Yeah, and that's a big thing too. Claire, my wife, is a gardener, and a very, very devoted one, although it's been harder since we've been doing apartment living out in California. People don't realize, Dave, you know this because you're an avid gardener, and so is Cheryl. That's really exercise, guys.
Mm-hmm.
A consistent dedication to genuine yard work. People don't realize up, down, all around, stretch, and all of that stuff. How many times have you cleaned out your gutters and the next day discovered you had muscles you never knew that were suddenly sore?
Yeah,
absolutely. Find them the next day.
Okay. Well, I want to kind of talk about this because we always ask these major questions. So I know you're looking at trucking conditions right now. You've been looking at them for quite some time, and I want to kind of begin from your perch as a guy who has actually been in every single position. Can you tell us what your conclusions are about why freight rates aren't going up, and kind of tie that into the trucking capacity issue?
Well, there's a whole bunch of different kinds of reasons, and of course, right now, tariffs and the economy in general are having an impact on it. But the biggest and most obvious factor to me goes right back to capacity, which you just, back in June, truck sales topped over 20,000 units. And it takes something along the lines of 15 to 16,000 new trucks just to replace the old trucks coming out of our national fleet every month. So we're still buying more trucks than we need to stay at the same level. And of course, the more trucks you get, the more competition there is for loads, and the lower the rates are held down. So the only good news was back in June, the orders went way down to about 9,000, 9,500, somewhere in that area. So in the future, we won't be getting as many new trucks. But right now, the bottom line is there's too many trucks on the road for the amount of freight that we have to haul, and it's just going to keep suppressing rates until something changes.
It's interesting. I read your article about used trucks and new truck sales, and I kind of did a little chart. And I went year over year as opposed to month over month, and maybe I shouldn't have done that. But Western Star up about 14. So this is over June of 2025 compared to June 2024. Western Star is up about 14%. International is up like 22%. Mac is up 14%. Everybody else is down. Peterbilt down 10, Kenworth down 5%, Freightliner down 2%. But are people doing everything they can to buy a truck now, the pre-tariff priced trucks, and they'll worry about what they're going to do with them tomorrow, but if they don't get them today, they ain't going to have them tomorrow?
I think that's a big part of it right now. They're even though interest rates are higher than they had been in the past, it's we've got the 50% tariff on steel and on aluminum, and as of August 1st, it's on copper as well. And those are three materials you can't build a truck without. There's some peripheral stuff going on with manufacturers that have plants in Canada and Mexico and so forth, and they're shifting production around and trying to do things to get away from the tariff. But until it all settles out, people are worried. And if you got a fairly large company and you know you're going to have to buy a couple of hundred trucks this year, it might be a better idea to get them now while you can.
Yeah, that's for sure. Chris Orban from Journey TMS is with us here in the studio. Jimmy found him on the porch this morning, and he wanted to say hello.
And so I think what's interesting is we talk about the very recent impacts on truck price, but truck prices have been going up for a long time. As technology's been added, as the fuel efficiency requirements have been added, the EPA requirements have been added. I know we'll talk about that in a minute. I think these things have always been pushing the cost of trucks up, and for a while there, it was okay. We could absorb it, especially during COVID, as rates were going up and things like that. Well, now we're kind of coming back into some other kind of world while we're not seeing a decrease in truck prices or equipment prices in general, and they're only going to go up from here with the tariffs and things like that, to both of your points. I think it's really interesting. Like, this is not just a recent thing. It's been happening, been a trend, and now it's really accelerating.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been concerned for a couple of years now about the EPA 2027 requirements coming in and the mandates for electric trucks and that sort of thing. So, the carriers already expected rates for trucks to go up $25,000, $30,000 per truck. Well, now we're getting into some regulatory changes where these environmental changes may not happen or probably won't happen, at least not to the extent that they're planned. But now we have tariffs, so it's like one major issue that makes people buy trucks early has been replaced by another one.
If the right hand don't get you, the left hand
Cliff,
will.
we got to tell
Absolutely.
you, we got to tell you gogoodbye, but you actually have literally done the best thing anybody in news can do.
know.
You have queued up our next guest, by the way, who's going to be Eric Sauer, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the California Trucking Association. So, my friend, promise me you'll come back for a long-form conversation in a couple of weeks, so we can have you on to kind of really unpack that. We want to talk about your songwriting stuff. We want to talk about a whole bunch of stuff. Promise me when we reach out, you come on for a longer segment.
You got it. Absolutely. I want to shout out to Jamie Jones as well. I worked with her for years on the Shell Super Rigs competition, and she is such a sweetheart.
That's an interesting way of describing Jamie Jones, who we love, by the way. Is my favorite ink-stained wretch. Another ink-stained wretch, Cliff Abbott, has joined us. CliffAbbott.com, by the way. Go check him out over there. He can also be found over at The Trucker. Thank you, sir. Have the best of days.
Thanks, guys. Great day today. Bye-bye now.
By the way, Dave, would you care to do the honors in introducing our next guest?
Yes, indeed. Eric Sawyer is going to be joining us. He is the CEO of the CTA, and we're going to be talking. Well, good morning, Eric.
Dave's still in the old format, Eric. It's good to have you, man. Fast and Furious. How are you doing? You probably heard the end of that conversation, did you not? Do we have an Eric? Paging an Eric. I think he might be on the mute. I think he might have muted himself. Hey, there you are. Good morning.
Yeah, there I am.
There
Hello.
we go.
Thanks for having me. And,
Hey.
and I we should have done a drum roll when you olayed him onto me. So thank you for having me on this morning.
Yeah, it's great to have you. So I guess that is the big thing to talk about here at the moment. CARB to repeal high priority and drayage fleet provisions in the ACF, the Advanced Clean Fleets Regulation. Total game changer or an adjustment? How on a scale of 1 to 10, where does this put us in terms of actual visible, viable change?
Well, the good news is that the ACF goes completely bye-bye, which, I mean, we could talk hours and hours about the issues with that regulation and the proposal. There's just so many issues included in that regulation that, it was going to be a flop from the beginning. But the good news is that is going to be formally withdrawn by the CARB board members at the hearing that's coming up on September 25th. And that was part of the settlement with the lawsuits that were filed, including ours, on the ACF. So, that's going to happen on September 25th. Big news, and, applaud everybody for being involved in pushing back and fighting against that regulation, that unachievable, unrealistic, you name it, kind of regulation. But it's California, and, it's not like CARB and California is going to sit back and just let things go status quo. They do have a agenda on transitioning the fleets to zero emissions. Now, what form or fashion that's going to look like, that's something that's to be determined. They've been starting to have what they call these listening sessions that have been going around the state, taking comments, but I called it just window dressing. We don't know what's going to happen, what's going to be rolled out. They have until I believe August 11th to provide their recommendations to the governor's office. So we'll know more of what's going to look like, what they have in store for, this transition in the coming weeks.
By the way, that sounds so peak California. And by the way, I get to say this kind of stuff because my wife and I I'm in New Orleans right now, but we live in Santa Clarita. A listening session just sounds so peak California, doesn't it? I mean, it's just like, we're going to listen. We're going to see where you guys are at and kind of figure this out. Are you guys finding that there's a lot of pushback to this in regards to the listening sessions, or have they not started yet?
Yeah, they've started. They've had them throughout the state. We participated in the Fresno listening session. And it's both sides. You have the environmental justice folks that are really, tuned up about the regulation going, or the waiver being withdrawn by CARB. And then you have the industry that is, you've got a freight recession, you've got the tariffs and the uncertainty that has led to. And then you have this kind of stuff. And it's never a right time for these types of things, but these things are obviously going to cost a lot of money. And when you're going through these other struggles right now, it's not going to be received very positive. But, for California, this is, you read the tea leaves. It's not just California. There's so many other states that, there is a movement to transition to zero emission fleets. And I think, trucking companies, they understand that, but let's come up with something that's sensible and reasonable. But, getting back to the listening sessions, the running joke that my colleague, Matt Schrapp, and I used to say is when they have these listening sessions, it's like they're just doing their grocery list, shopping list for when they go home and what they have to pick up. They're not writing down what we're actually saying, but who knows? We'll have to wait and see what comes out of it.
Let's talk a little bit about the overall state of trucking in California really quickly, too, because like I said, there's so many pressures. This is a burden that has been lifted. There's been some stuff in regards to what the EPA is up to that is very, very helpful. But what is the scene down at the Port of Los Angeles and Long Beach in regards to where you see with the tariffs, many of the tariffs finally kind of kicking in full over the next this weekend and over the next few weeks? Where do you see? Do you feel like that's a certainty that at least it's been established and now we can move forward, or do you see this as a real problem?
I think it's a mixed bag. It's the uncertainty has led to companies scrambling on meeting the demand or lack thereof. And so you see the spike in certain commodities that is helpful, but then the others, you just see they're kind of flat and, compounded with the freight recession that we've been in. And I've been with the organization for 24 years, and this is probably the longest one that I've been, involved with. And you're seeing these dramatic impacts that are impacting us, our membership, where you have multi-generational companies that have closed down business. And it's not just because of the tariffs. You compound that with regulatory pressures, the soft freight economy, and these companies are making the sad decision that they have to close down these businesses. And we've seen that just over the last few weeks. We've had 2 or 3 longtime members close down because of those reasons. So things will, obviously it's the industry. There's always peaks and valleys. You're going to see things shake out, but it's a troubling time right now. I think a lot of carriers are really kind of just sitting around going, okay, what do we do next? What's in store for us next? How are we going to be able to plan? It's some of these things where you back down your capacity. It's not like a light switch where you just turn it back on and poof, the trucks are rolling. You've got to get the equipment to satisfy your customers. You've got to get the employees and the drivers, everything back. And it's usually a 4 to 6 week lag period that you're seeing.
The freight recession, I hope I'm wrong, but I'm thinking I'm correct. Are they saying the freight recession now has been running for 13 months?
I've been hearing from our members, what they're telling us and what you've been seeing is, this is over 2.5 to 3 years it's been down.
Yeah.
I mean, you're coming out of, from COVID, where a lot of carriers, they were just like clockwork, just a lot of movement. And, it was, very good for the industry. And then I think you use that as the barometer for some, and then you see this significant drop. But yeah, it's been, for some, it's 2.5, 3 years. It's, you're seeing, like I said, it's, from what I'm gathering from our members and what they've been telling us, and what you're seeing actually with some folks unfortunately having to close down, it's been probably one of the longer ones that I've at least witnessed.
We gotta wrap this up because we're fast and furious here at Nemo Nation, and we can't thank you enough. And you're incredibly busy, and what I would call, like, you live in interesting times, as the Chinese would say over there in California, with all the different pressures. And congratulations, by the way, on the consistent work you've done in regards to what's going on with CARB. You can find these guys at caltrucks.org, and on the same place on Facebook. Spotify, by the way, has some stuff you can check out over there. LinkedIn has the California-Trucking Association, and of course on the Twitter, now known as X, at Cal Trucks, TRUX as well. I want to give you a chance, Eric, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the California Trucking Association, to give a last word about what people can expect in the next couple of months from both your organization and where you think California's heading.
Well, it's, like I like to say, there's never a dull moment in California. We've got the legislative session coming back. They've been on break. They're coming back on the 18th. So fast and furious near the end of session. But again, this is California, and they've, their response to the CRAs and, the withdrawal of the waiver requests, they're going to be coming back, and, we'll be ready for it, and we'll be fighting for the industry and our members.
Thank you, Eric. You're welcome back anytime. Just want to drop in and say hi when things are better, or let us know what is going to happen next. We'd love to have you back on again for a longer conversation. Thank you, sir. Best of days.
Thank you. Take care. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Eric Sawyer, everybody, from the California Trucking Association.
By the way, definitive Californian in regards to trucking, because it is 7:20 in the morning over there, by the way.
Correct. I was thinking about that.
And I got to tell you, almost anybody else, if you're calling somebody like one of those authors or, entertainers we get, they're like, why am I doing this right now? Not the head of the CTA. He's like, I'm here. I'm ready to go. Let's kind of talk this out. Speaking of being here and ready to go, our friends from NACV are on the scene. And I love having these guys on because I love the fact that they're actually on the ground, embedded in the action. And we're going to talk to our friend Chris here in a second about this as well. But Dave, would you care to do the honors?
Dean Bushy is about to join us. Dean is the hydrogen guy. He's the director of programs. He's the lead on hydrogen fuel cells fleets for Run on Less at NACV, the North American Council on Freight Efficiency. Hey, Dean, good morning.
Good morning.
Great to have you with us. 13 fleets are ready to go for the September actual run, and you're hooked up with Penske and, of course, Pilot, the two trucks that will represent the hydrogen fuel cell section, I guess you might say.
Yeah, super excited about that. Both Pilot and Penske have been very great to work with, as has Hyundai, which provides the truck.
Mm-hmm.
So let's kind of talk really quickly, then kind of dig in for a second about what you learned, what you've seen, what your expectations are as we kind of head towards that September date.
Yeah, great. So obviously with the messy middle, we're talking about all the alternative fuels, which includes some of the renewable diesel, renewable natural gas, battery electric, and then my piece, which is the hydrogen, which is kind of a far rock. We understand it's a very, very, very small part of the market right now, and there's lots of things that need to go right for hydrogen to expand. But what we've learned is, especially with Hyundai, this truck is out there, it's commercial, and it's working, and the truck drivers love it, and it's delivering hydrogen. Mind you, on a very small piece, though.
Unpack that small piece. Kind of, like I said, I think our listeners love it when you guys go into the absolute details. Talk about what it's like to be, because you guys are embedded. I mean, like I said, the last conversation we had was the same sort of way. You got a chance to see up close and personal how this stuff works and how it reacts. You say they love it. You say that, even though it's a small piece, can you kind of talk about what you saw?
Sure. Well, so with Pilot, they've got 5 to 6 trucks that are operating in California. As your previous speaker, that's where the drive to go with sustainability and alternative fuels is right now. So they're driving in Southern California, a little bit in the Bay Area too. with 5 trucks delivering hydrogen, which is interesting. They've got a hydrogen truck delivering hydrogen to different customers in the California area. And the driver we spoke to, he's got 40 years of experience. He initially wasn't interested in moving to a hydrogen truck. It's a new fuel. He didn't want it, but he eventually said yes, and now he is the lead trainer for Pilot. He goes, Dean, it's really quiet. It's easy on your joints. It's a brand new truck. It's a cab over design, so it's kind of different. He can see very much in front of him. It's got great pickup. It's got a fantastic turn radius. So, I mean, if you look beyond the fuel type, the truck itself is brand new, and it offers a lot for him as a driver. And then it's super easy to fuel. You plug it in, plug the air in, you plug the hydrogen in, and you just monitor. It's about 25 minutes to refuel it. So from his perspective, and he's a single driver, they don't even slip seat it. So he loves the operational part of being a hydrogen truck driver for Pilot.
That Hyundai cab over is beautiful, and the sleeper looks like a 2-room apartment.
Yeah, it's interesting. And then when they opened it up with the electronic coming up, and they showed us the interior where there's really 2 different electric motors in there, and they've got the fuel cell, and it's just a beautiful design.
And I don't mean monetary. I'm going to use ROI here, but the environmental return on investment. From the layman's point of view, it seems like when it's all cleared and you see what's coming out of that tailpipe, that is the winner. That's the best return on investment environmentally. On the other hand, and there is another hand, we have hydrogen itself, which has an array of, it almost looks like a Crayola box of, the colors of hydrogen that are coming out there. Is the sourcing, is the front end of the hydrogen train, so to speak, supply chain, let me put it that way, is that where the problem is not at the tailpipe, the problem is at the source. Are we getting closer and closer and closer to paring down hydrogen production so that we can say clean coming out of the ground, so to speak, and then clean coming out of the tailpipe all at the same time? Is that the hope and the promise of hydrogen?
That is the hope and promise of hydrogen. It's a far rock. We understand that there's lots of hurdles from the sourcing and production of hydrogen, the delivery and distribution of hydrogen, storage and burning of hydrogen. And I think you're right. I think the burning of it in the truck, that, I don't want to say it's the easy part, but it's the part that we can see right now. You know that it's just water coming out of the tailpipe. There are no emissions. But on the sourcing side, the front side, I really think the distribution side is one of the more thorny parts of it. But the distribution side, right now, it's mostly blue, which, it's methane reforming using natural gas, and then you capture the carbon and then you store the carbon. So it's a little bit cost intensive to actually produce it with natural gas, capture the carbon, and then find an area to store it. But that provides probably the most immediate promise, because you do get those sustainability goals. You do get the carbon reduction using blue. Green would be the ultimate. You use water and you use an electrolysis, and you're not using any type of fossil fuel. Mm-hmm. When you get into the grays, which is no carbon capture, or burning a coal, or burning a mix that's in the grid right now, you've lost the sustainability piece, and now you're expensive on the fuel, but you don't have the sustainability. So you're right. The colors of the rainbow for hydrogen make it very complicated.
Dean, unbelievably, we got to wrap this up. Dean Bushy, Director of Programs, who also takes the lead on hydrogen fuel cell fleets for ROL, as we like to call it. Dean, thank you so much, my friend, and it's good having you. And by the way, I'm looking forward to September. Have the best of days, okay?
Thank you very much.
You got it. NACFE.org, NACFE.org. I got that right, didn't I?
You got it right.
Oh, fantastic. I get this right, too, by the way. We'll be back on the other side. We're going to keep our conversation with Chris Orban going. He, of course, is the co-founder of Journey TMS. The Molskys are coming. Michelle and Larry. They got some great stories about railroads. I'm a big fan of railroads, as you know. Actually kept my family alive during the Depression. We'll be right back. Go to truckdown.com. They'll get you back on the road, not in the ditch.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Want to reduce emission systems maintenance costs? Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst is the answer. This advanced solution promotes a longer DPF lifespan and lets you enjoy fewer regenerations by reducing your soot output by 60%. That means less downtime and more time on the road. Keep your system clean and efficient so you can focus on what matters most, getting the job done. Make the smart choice for your vehicle. Head over to PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Hey there, thanks for riding with us. Now let's get back to Nemo Nation. Here's Dave Nemo and Jimmy Mack live from New Orleans.
You want to hear a good story about our friends at Shady Rays?
Always.
This is really kind of a good one. So they actually sent me copy, Chris, for a commercial spot that they wanted to cut. And I rewrote it and sent it back to them. And they said, no, our copy's better. You're too repetitive in it. And by the way, they're the client. So there wasn't like, well, you don't know. I'm like, and by the way, they have a great marketing department. All you got to do is watch golf commercials. I mean, commercials during golf matches, commercials during like sporting events. Shady Rays knows what they're doing. So I said, I'll make a deal with you. I said, I'm going to cut both of them and I'm going to send it to you. And this is a crackerjack group of people. And I cut both of them. I was proud of both spots. And they came back and they said, this was great. They sent me an email back and they said, we totally get what you're doing now. It makes sense now that we've heard it. Keep your spot. I said, we can run both. They said, nope. They're like, we're not going to do that. You run the spot that you...
6 people got fired.
6 people got fired the next day. No, but that's the absolute truth. I mean, and basically they do got your back. I mean, they will work with you. I like their product very much. Full disclosure there, of course, a client. We do their spots. But it's really got a good about it. It's a value lesson on being open, but also about how to negotiate as well. I bring all that up because you were talking about this trucking experience you had over in Europe. About tell our listeners this story here. This opens up a little bit of a conversation.
Well, and this was a decade ago or so, but I was doing a safety project in Europe, and my host, the director of safety for the company I was doing this work with, he had this beautiful, BMW, very, very modern vehicle, but in the trunk of it, he had a propane tank, and he obviously had a gas tank in the vehicle as well. And, I use the term alternate fuel as opposed to alternative fuel because he literally would flip a switch in the car and change from propane to gasoline depending on which was cheaper at the time. And so, here we are. We have somebody who was willing to accept either option, very, very open and very, very willing to try different things. And I wonder, why we can't kind of get to that same place today.
I make the joke all the time. I'm going to walk into the thicket right here, Dave. We seem to have 2 intractable groups of people when it comes to alternative fuels. 2, not 1, 2. The first of which is you should eat broccoli because you don't like it. You know that crowd? Not that you should eat better. You should eat things that you don't like because you deserve to suffer. And then there's the other side of I don't care if it will save my life. I ain't doing it. Give me 15 more cigarettes right now. And they've really muddled this conversation because there've been a lot of people for a long time. Jerry Maldonado, got a chance to talk to him, and a number of other people at TXTA. The number of people, sane people who say, yeah, hydrogen's good for this, electric's good for this. Diesel is king when it comes to going across the road. I don't know. I got this crazy idea. Maybe we should leave ourselves open to trying it all. And when diesel works, maybe those people should actually put some butter and salt on their broccoli, and when electric works, maybe people should do something that actually cuts down on the wear and tear. Because you passed me a note, did you not, during the our other interview about the idea of the stress and strain all of this puts on drivers when they're not as comfortable as they can be, right?
Well, and really it's uncertainty. And that's been a key word for me for 20 years,
Everything.
doing data analytics and trying to figure out one of the number one things that would make a driver safer and less likely to leave their current employer was to know what they were going to do in the next day, week, and even month if you could give them that predictability. Wouldn't we all like to know when we're going to be home, what our route is going to be, what freight we're going to be hauling? I mean, we take these things for granted. We expect drivers to be able to literally and figuratively turn on a dime and change direction and things like that. Why can't we give them some predictability, some certainty about what's going to happen in the future?
Yeah, and Brian Wiebold and I were talking about this with Lindsay over in Texas, as you remember, the idea that, we've got to make, driver compensation, but he wasn't just using it in regards to pay. How do we compensate for the driver? And I don't mean how do we make excuses for the driver. I mean, how do we basically create more and more space for these men and women to be the most comfortable they can be?
And how are we investing in the driver? How are we spending money appropriately to help the driver do a job that's very, very difficult and stressful on the best of days?
This is a very modern point of view and a very modern perspective, because 11 blocks from here, where trucking radio began 50 years ago, this conversation wouldn't even have been dreamed of.
And wouldn't have been accepted by the very people that need it.
Yeah.
That's the craziest
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
I was like, dude,
No.
it's like, look, I don't mind getting punched in the mouth if it's for a good cause, but getting punched in the mouth when I don't have to be, when it doesn't have to be that way, it just makes me crazy. By the way, the other topic we talked about is succession. We've been talking about that all morning long, the idea about how we go about setting up for the next generation, idea of creating the next population, the idea that we can either fall prey to founder syndrome, and have a graveyard full of indispensable men, or we can get about the business of actually figuring out who's next and how do we set up who's next. Could not have asked for two better guests. Michelle and Larry Molsky join us this morning. You guys know Michelle, by the way. I'm going to let her introduce Larry. Michelle, by the way, is the founder of Succession Planning for Railroads Investing in the Next Generation, Spring, LLC. It's Spring, SPRING. Succession Planning for Railroads Investing in the Next Generation. Michelle, good morning, and thanks for bringing a guest. How you been?
Hey, good to have us back here. Thank you so much for this opportunity. We're looking forward to it.
And you've brought along, tell us who you brought along, by the way. He shares the same last name as you, so maybe you should do the honors on this one.
Absolutely. It's my privilege and honor to introduce the community to my first mentor and my father here, Larry Molsky. Dad, you want to say hi?
Hello, everybody. Good to be on.
Hey, Larry, welcome to
Good
Nemo
morning.
Nation. Always great to make a new friend. But I think you're guest like number 317 now. We've had about 300 individual different guests here, and we're really thrilled to have you both on board. Michelle, just for the sake of clarity for our friends out there, many of whom join us, they're on the road. They move in, they move out of the show. Tell us about Spring a little bit. Kind of set that up for Chris, who's joining us here in studio as well, and for all the listeners out there. Explain Spring, and then tell us how that springs in many ways from the mentoring that your father did for you.
Absolutely. And I think that's where the story really starts is, I got my first inspiration of joining the railroad industry from my mentor, who is right here next to me. And I really wanted to emulate that for the next generation. And when you don't really hear about the rail industry every day, it's kind of the old brotherhood. You can't really get into the industry unless you knew somebody, but that's not the case anymore. And that's one of those stigmas I really wanted to break. And so what I wanted to do with Spring is two functions. One, focus on the recruiting side, bring railroading and its attractability back to the next generation, make people aware that we're relevant, we're here, we're sexy, we're right in your backyards and you don't even know it. So there's a little bit of a re-education that needs to be done there. And on the other side, we do a little bit of the retention side. So helping companies really keep the folks that they have by whether it's apprenticeships, training programs, internships, those kind of ideas. So my inspiration came from the guy that's right next to me right here, for better or worse. I don't know whether to thank him or to blame him, but his story is actually pretty interesting, and I'm going to kind of let him take the mic here for a second, just to say how he got into the industry, and then how that really kind of showed me how I wanted to get into the industry. So, Dad, I'm going to let you take the floor.
Well, thank you. And it's kind of interesting because there's a lot of interesting angles involved in actually both of our careers and obviously both of our lives. I grew up in northeast Pennsylvania, a little town called Dixon City near Scranton, Pennsylvania. And ironically, I did not come from a railroad family, which really was the old tradition. The old tradition was, your great-great-grandfather, your grandfather, your father, and then you joined the railroad industry. That was a succession planning of the turn of the century in the 1900s, right up not that far back. So I just got interested by a fluke. I watched trains go through my hometown. I got interested. I felt that it was going to be a great industry to be in, and the rest kind of went on from there. I went to Penn State undergrad in transportation. I went to Temple Law School to get a corporate law degree, and a lot of people say, well, what did you do that for if you wanted to be a railroader? Well, fortunately or unfortunately, I had a father, and my father had some foresight that I didn't have at the time, because I graduated during the 70s and the early 80s, which was a very bleak, dark time for the railroad industry. In the Northeast especially, or actually the East, most of the railroads were going bankrupt. So my father foresaw that the railroads were probably going to be reorganized and put back together by bankruptcy judges, lawyers, and people of that ilk. So I came out and basically worked for the United States Railway Association in Washington, D.C. to help put Conrail together, which was the reorganization of all of those bankrupt railroads in the East. And quite frankly, a lot of people thought that might have been the death knell for the railroads in the East. But flash forward, I went on to work for the Delaware and Hudson, the Erie Lackawanna, the New York Susquehanna and Western, and to my present employer, which ironically found me back in my hometown of Scranton, Pennsylvania, Northeast PA, because, again, I moved away from that area and never thought I'd really come back.
Larry, do all
Yes.
railroads originate from Scranton? I always feel like everything in regards to railroads kind of constantly comes out of that particular area of the world. I mean, I don't know what it is, but it just seems like the locus for anybody wanting to come into the railroad business, if not through family, then through one of those small towns in Pennsylvania or moderate-sized towns in Pennsylvania. Sorry for interrupting you, by the way. I'm just fascinated.
No, that's okay. But, yeah, you just stole my punchline. But that's right. I was going to end my little tirade there with, yes, all railroads originated in Scranton, Pennsylvania. but actually, what's interesting is, now we have a very interesting structure in the railroad industry. As most of you know, and I won't go on too long, but just to bring us up to speed here, we have 6 large railroads, which are all highly profitable. But ironically, what most people don't realize, we have over 600 small railroads. They're called small or regional railroads or short lines. And that's what I'm president of now. We have a short line in good old Northeast PA running out of Scranton, with former lines of the Erie Lackawanna and the Delaware and Hudson, 2 of which I worked for. And we're small, but, we service over 20 major industries, plastic industries, a flour mill, things of that nature, and we're profitable. So it's a good situation. And let me just say a word about Michelle. A lot of people threaten me that I forced her into the rail industry, and that is not the case. She, as she said, she picked up on a lot of what I was doing through my career. I couldn't be more proud of it. And, she's formed her own niche, a very important niche, and that is new hiring, getting people back into the railroad industry. Because, again, the story has not been told of what a vibrant industry, what a profitable industry, and quite honestly, to the new hires, what a good family-sustaining job it is, financially, benefit-wise, and everything else. So it's a very good place to be. We're a growing industry, and I think that's part of the message.
I want to dive bomb in here like a peregrine falcon, but I want to say when I was a young pup, and like my dad was just saying, there was a new grain elevator, a new flour mill that came online, and I remember having these opportunities as just a young pup, following my dad around like like a little muskrat, following him around and asking and really being able to see what did it look like in an empty grain silo before it got filled. To hear my echo vibrate through those walls are just so inspiring. It was such a unique experience that I got, and having those experiences just like that, walking the tracks, identifying which ones needed to be replaced.
Listening to the scanner.
Listening to my dad's scanner at Thanksgiving dinner. It's not the squelch that you necessarily hear in a normal Thanksgiving family get together, but it was for us. And so having those unique opportunities as a young one was a really good morphing kind of experience for me. And again, those are the kind of things that I want to encourage companies to be able to emulate, but to also inspire that next generation in that way. I mean, we're calling you live today from Jasper, Canada, right? So we're up here in Alberta, and it's just such a cool trace back to our own history, because when we were young, what mode of transportation do you think we went on vacation? We took the train. We came up here, I think it's 25 years ago now, and seeing how things have really changed even over those 25 years is amazing. But to follow back to the history of the rail industry, of how in our history we kind of forget that the railroad was the big technology back then, and they built the towns. It's no coincidence that there are a lot of post offices down in the States that are right next to the Union stations, or even inside many of the Union stations. We built the backbone of many towns that we know today. And so to come back up all the way up here in Jasper, Alberta, which is a very interesting and fun song from John Denver, if you ever heard Cold Canadian Nights, right?
Cold Nights in Canada.
Cold Nights in Canada. So, it's always good to have a little parrot next to me to correct me when I'm wrong. But it's always a really cool experience to come back and really just see what history and how the railroad industry really built so many of these towns, and how we continue to grow from there.
Really quickly, and then I know Dave and Chris are going to have some stuff for you. I have a particular affection for the railroads. My great-grandfather was a yard master, and my great-uncle, by the way, went from being in the mailroom at Kansas City Southern and being a messenger boy to actually becoming vice president by the time he retired in 1972.
Wow.
So I have a great deal of affection for everybody in the railroads. This is, my dad says, we don't get through the Depression without the railroads. And, in many ways there is, despite the troubles and tribulations of the 70s and 80s, a certain kind of equilibrium and stability has been reached. But the problem is that since railroads seem to hearken back to an earlier time, the public awareness of the opportunities, particularly where we're headed in regards to the movement of large freight, isn't where it should be. I mean, and one of the other things you're doing is not just planning for succession, but you're trying to raise the profile, right, Michelle? You want to make sure that people understand this isn't just something that's cool. It is. It's not just something that has a couple of jobs. It's got more than a couple, but it's something that people aren't aware of its importance, that don't really understand, particularly in the wake of a couple of mergers that have happened in the last few years, one very recently, right?
And I think you're absolutely right that there is a branding issue in our industry right now. And I have created a new nonprofit called HERE, Hands-On Education from Railroad Employers. And it's really aimed at focusing on fixing that problem itself. Nobody knows we exist, so why would we expect anybody to apply to our jobs? And so it is really about rebranding and showing off this renaissance that we are experiencing in our industry. The technology, the new opportunities. I mean, not everybody is a conductor and engineer. You can go into marketing, you can go into finance. There's so many different channels for you to explore. And I think the core of it all is something that my dad inspired in me, is that you have to be curious. You have to ask the right questions. And if you are a curious person, the rail industry is the right place for you. Because if you say, well, how is track laid? Why is there rocks underneath the wooden ties? What is that called? That's ballast, right? Well, how do we detect if there's a mudslide coming? Well, there's detectors out there. Learn about that technology. There's so many different aspects for people to get involved in our industry. Yet again, like you said, that just there's not too much awareness about it, and that's really what we're aiming to fix, and really excite that next generation to just understand. Look, there's more to it than you think. You might have it right in your backyard, but the opportunities are endless, international, and just affect the world economy.
By the way, we have Chris Orban, who is actually here with us, the co-founder of Journey TMS, is actually an in-studio guest because we get to do that kind of stuff now. Michelle, he's got a question comment for you guys.
Michelle and Larry, I was thinking about, you're talking about succession planning and, kind of the future and how you make your industry really appealing. And I've always said, very frequently, I'll be in a meeting, and I've been in the transportation space for about 20 years, and I'm the least experienced person in the room with that 20 years of experience. And I very selfishly had thought about that as being a good thing. Like, I get to learn from all these people who have so much experience, and I get to find out really cool stuff that they've done in the past and how we can do really cool stuff in the future. What do you think about that, though? I wonder now, as you're talking about it, shouldn't we have some people who've been in the industry for a year or two, or who are just starting out?
Yeah, and I think we've got a saying in our industry that you learn something new every day, and you're going to hear that from an intern to somebody that's been here for 40 years, and that is so true. And again, kind of going back to the play of you have to be curious to be in this industry, and I think that really plays well for those that are constantly wanting to learn. And I'll pass over to Dad to say a little bit more about what you think about succession planning.
Yeah, it's very important. I think Michelle has a part of her mission, this need to educate, re-educate, and especially pointed toward the younger generation. And, just a quick side story. One way to do it is to tell the story of what is happening. I did, of course, we took the train coming out here, and we saw a double-stack container train after container train going east. Well, with the boxes being the containers that, of course, are then taken off the train and moved to the consumer. Well, we need to educate people what's in those boxes. It's not air. It's your computer. It's your laptop. It's your phone. It's your TV at home. It's everything we use day to day. That's what's in those boxes, and that's the fastest growing segment of our industry, and it's only going to get even better. And that's part of why the industry is still so highly profitable. It's been able to reinvent itself.
I want to add there, too, in our industry, it's rarer and rarer for you to find people that have that true second generation, third generation, fourth generation link. Now, there are many that still do that, and that's how they learn of the industry. But oftentimes when you talk to somebody that maybe just was hired, maybe, they're a year in, whatever that case may be, it's because, man, I fell into it, or man, I just happened to see this big class 1 name at a career fair. And those are the opportunities, I think, that, and my advice to a lot of employers, whether you're a contractor, supplier, or short line, anybody in the rail industry, is that we have to make ourselves more relevant by being more present. And I think that's a very true argument, that could sustain the last time.
That's a great line, by the way. I love that, to make ourselves more relevant by being more present. I don't know if you came up with that, but even if you didn't, you're a terrific thief. And if you came up with it, you're fantastic. Either way, I love you. Well done. Well said. Dave's got a question for you real quick.
So, Larry, this is Dave. I'm a little bit older than most of y'all. So when I was in the 1950s, we used to take the train from Mississippi to Illinois every summer to spend the summer up in my hometown. So I loved riding on trains. Haven't done it in a long time. But speaking of what's in those boxes, well, that's your TV, that's your stereo. Well, literally, my stereo was on a boxcar in the mid-'60s when Hurricane Betsy hit New Orleans, and we had just moved to New Orleans, and I was a real music stereo crazy guy, so I have a summer job on the barges out on the Mississippi River, and I didn't go up the river. I stayed at the fleet. I was a fleet man, made and broke toe. So I spent my whole summer, or the whole year, looking at the Allied and the Lafayette electronics catalogs, comparing stereo amplifiers and turntables and speakers. Hurricane Betsy hits and my stereo comes to town. I went down to the railroad yard and they took it off. Literally, I got my stereo right out of the boxcar at the train depot. I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there it is.
That's the way it was done. Like I said, now it's done seamlessly from the ship to the rail to the truck to the warehouse and to your home.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's an amazing comment you just made there about the way our supply chain works, which is, we have that really cool phrase, good stuff, trucks bring it, and that kind of stuff. But trucks are that maybe that last leg some of the time. There's so much infrastructure, so much work that goes on to get those goods to the trucks and then final delivery and everything like that. I think it's really interesting. I love the way you just said that kind of quick description of the supply chain there.
Let me ask you both a question, by the way, and it actually it's based off of what Chris just said as well too. I love riding the train, and we love riding the train so much because trains were a big part of my family growing up that we would often take the train rather than catch an airline flight. That was a big thing for me coming home from college. It was a big thing for us going to visit relatives. I always found that when I rode a train, I would also be able to see behind the scenes the way the country actually operated. It's almost like taking the back off of a television set. Is that a good way for people to get a perspective by actually taking a passenger train? They're actually able to see how the country actually functions. It's like wiring system, it's hardware. I mean, is that an experience that you would encourage people to take? I mean, I know I'm far afield here, but to get a real sense of how the country works, riding a train often gives you the best insight, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Riding the train and riding Amtrak, of course, in the U.S., is like taking getting a very detailed seminar on the economy, industrial development, and what's going on with the different states, different cities, different regions. The things you learn, the things you glean by just looking out the window while you're having dinner on let's say, an Amtrak long-distance train is amazing. It's also an excellent way to see how the economy is doing because you can tell what's being shipped. You could tell what's being built along the right-of-way and the railroads. If you just take a little time to educate yourself, it's truly a good example of how to learn how our economy is doing, affecting all sections of the economy.
Let's be honest, it's just a land yacht, okay? Let's start referring to Amtrak what it should be, or the Rocky Mountaineer, or any of the passenger services that we have here in the U.S. I mean, it's one of the greatest ways to see our country. You go right from downtown to middle of the prairie, up through the mountains. You're seeing wildlife. You're seeing different cultures. You're able to get off and really see different parts of the world that maybe you've never considered before. And the train really, and like it did in the past, just connects all those viewpoints together.
Well, you know, your competition always speaks the truth. Speaking of hurricanes, Hurricane Katrina caused the closure of the Amtrak passenger train service from New Orleans to Mobile, but it's back. And,
right.
And Greyhound.com, their website, skip the train from New Orleans to Mobile and take the Greyhound bus.
Yeah, they're very deeply concerned. They're very, very deeply concerned. Larry, Michelle, we're going to have you guys back on, by the way. Larry, you're still president of Pennsylvania Northeast Regional Railroad Authority, correct, sir?
I am.
Fantastic. And we all know Michelle by now. She has actually been on before, and we are thrilled to have her back on again. Michelle, give them the details about where they can go to find out more about you.
Absolutely. You can check out our LinkedIn. I'll always be there to follow you back. And you can check out our website at www.springrecruits.com or railroadsarehere.org. Those are the two spots you can find both Spring and Here, our new nonprofit.
By the way, this always happens when we have good friends on and great conversation. We didn't cover almost anything that we wanted to cover, but we don't care. We'll have you both back on again, okay? Promise me you'll both be back, okay?
We will.
Well, thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Nemo Nation continues on the other side of this. We got a great guest coming up here, too, as well, but a lot of time for conversation. If you got to go, Chris, go. But if you could stick around, you got to get out of here. Good God Almighty. It's been great having Chris Orban as well. He's the co-founder of Journey TMS. Cannot thank you enough for taking the ride. By the way, this is a Fast and Furious format, isn't it?
Love it. This is fantastic. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, yeah. It's a thrill to have you. Glad I found you on the porch, man. Next time, just knock. No, actually, he was very smart not to knock. He followed his directions. Madison, give us some music here. Get us out of here. Guys, go to RadioNemo.com. Head over to the TubeU and make your comments. You can actually jump into the conversation at 615-292-6366. Thank you, Dave.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Live and rolling once again, this is Nemo Nation on RadioNemo.com and beyond. Dave, where were we?
We are in the historic Degas house here on one of the most beautiful streets in America, I would think. Esplanade Avenue, or Esplanade, as Edgar Degas would have said, Esplanade.
Edgar Degas, by the way, and the Edgar Degas studio, the historic studio, is actually the Fastport studio.
Fastport studio.
By the way, that's how we know Michelle Malsky. All kinds of great connections and great friends. I've actually got a chance to meet her at one of the Hiring Our Hero transportation-focused events. Fastport, by the way, is solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and, of course, people. It wouldn't be anything else if Brad Bentley was involved. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. There is some news to dig into and a lot of stuff that we have to unpack from what's been going on in the last couple of weeks and on this show as well, Dave. There's an accident you wanted to kind of talk about.
Well, yeah, we had quite a number of people that wanted us to kind of just catch up on this accident that happened Saturday morning at about 11 o'clock on I-49 here in Louisiana, Evangeline Parish, around Ville Platte, just north of Alexandria, Louisiana. 2 vehicles, 2 tractor trailers, right at I-49 and Louisiana 29, and a 40-year-old driver out of Broussard, Louisiana, was killed. Marcus Landry. He was in a 2015 Freightliner. He was behind a 2019 Cascadia. They were both traveling north, but the 2019 Cascadia was running at a reduced speed, below the speed limit, and Mr. Landry's truck ran into the back of him. He was killed at the scene. They are still investigating. The driver of the lead truck was not hurt, and he did a breath test at the time, no alcohol. They did the routine toxicology sampling and all of that, but they don't think there's anything there. There was no suspicion of impairment or anything like that. So that is pretty much all we have on that, guys, and we'll probably get more maybe tomorrow or later today even.
Yeah, and sometimes just distracted driving. Sometimes it's just distracted driving.
Yeah,
that's why having the Litzy43.org on here this morning with Doug Smith. Big thanks to him for filling in for Mike, who we hope has a speedy recovery. You know about speedy recoveries, right? I mean, you can't get better. That's one of the things too, man. Getting better is always tough because being better but not being well is a big thing. And I'm just kind of wondering, they'll find out more, but they may never know.
Mhm.
I mean, they may find out, they may say it was caused by driver distraction. They may get to that conclusion, but we may never know. That's the kind of thing, if they don't believe there was any impairment involved, if there's no obvious reason for it, then you can only speculate as to what was going on. A look in the wrong direction, a dropped drink, you know what I'm saying, attempting to eat while only having one hand on the wheel. We can go through endless options here. It's tragic. It's absolutely tragic. And, you know, we'll get you more information as we go on.
When we were talking with Doug Smith from the Lutzy 43 Foundation, Lutzy43.org, about distracted driving and the different types of distractions, and I was explaining to him about how I almost got hit by running a stop sign. Well, I didn't run the stop sign.
Do you remember George Carlin's great routine? And if you happen to come by an accident, for God's sake, slow down and try to find out what's going on. You know, I mean, it's just, but he's right. I mean, there's a real sense of, you know, he's not telling you actually to do that, but he's reminding people that a lot of people in slowing down, slow down, acknowledge the accident, and get your eyes right back to where they need to be.
Back in the, when was it? Back in the 70s, I was heading eastbound on I-10 into New Orleans, coming out of Metairie, which is suburb, and it had just started to rain, so you had that little bit of slick on the interstate. I was in the middle lane of a 3-lane interstate, and there was a school bus over on the shoulder. Nothing else, just an empty school bus, and of course everybody had to slow down to look at the school bus.
Right.
And the car in front of me slowed down, but the guy behind me was right on my tail. If I tried to slow down too much, I knew what was going to happen.
You could feel it.
Yeah, I knew what was going to happen. So I put the bike into a skid, hit the back of the car in front of me, and jumped up on the trunk. Bike was fine. I did slow down enough, you know what I'm saying, but I purposely skidded sideways so I could jump up on that was the only option I had because this guy behind me was going to run over me. And you just never know what's going to happen, but people just looking at something, you know. But what I was going to say about that is about something we talked about earlier about all of the ADAS stuff. Does that cause complacency or not? And I've come to a stark conclusion, and now I'm using it. When I came into Degas House this morning, I'm using all of the ADAS stuff now. And the bottom line, I guess, financially is because I paid for it, for one thing, so why not use it? But now I understand. If I put that cruise control on and set it for a speed or whatever, it'll automatically gauge the car in front of me, so the car is going to be 62. If he's going 62, I'm going 62. If he's going 70, I'm going 70. And my lane assist, I don't like that too much, but I use it anyway because I paid for it. But now I realize I'm not going to multitask anymore. I don't have to worry about braking in front of that because that car is slowing down. I don't have to worry about keeping my distance. All I got to do is steer the car. Everything else is done for me.
Are you ready for the wrinkle and all? And by the way,
I know there's always a wrinkle.
The wrinkle is really simple. You better not get in a car that doesn't have any of that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't talk about that. And by the way,
I
I would make the argument for the men and women that listen to this show, one of the biggest problems is that now look, some people have their own truck. If it's your truck, end story. But if you're going from some that have it and some that don't, the biggest problem I can foresee for somebody like you is having to take the wheel of something else and not hearing the beeps. Now, look, you're going to do your diligence. You're going to look both ways and all that kind of stuff. That's one of the places where it strikes me it could be dangerous to go into a rental car that doesn't have half the bells and whistles you have, and you go looking for it. And by the way, guys, I used to have a car, when I would change lanes, the blinker would snap back. I could put the blinker on, change the lane, straighten out the wheel, and click, the blinker would go off.
Really?
Yeah.
Changing lanes.
Changing lanes.
That's something.
Changing lanes.
Now, if I don't put my blinker on, at least for the little tap, the 3 blinks, my car don't like that.
Oh, yeah. That's the other one too, that people get used to the idea of being told your blinker's on. That's the other one. Ding, 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 and you put your blinker back off. But it's like you get used to that. That's a thing. And so if you work in this industry that we talk to on a regular basis, I understand the complaint. I just got used to it, and now you put me into something that doesn't have it, and now I'm. Ooh, that's the thing, man. You're gonna upgrade. If you're gonna upgrade your fleet, you got to do it across the board. If you're putting all those bells and whistles in there, or you've got to keep people in the same kind of cabs. Straight up.
Yeah.
Straight up. By the way, so I posted something on LinkedIn, but it actually you don't need to go see it because you can actually find it on our YouTube page. Texas Trucking Leadership in Action. ELC's Lane Gordon and Justin Fry on Road Gang Radio. ELC is the Emerging Leaders Council. Okay, that is something. It goes back to the discussion of succession we just had with Michelle Molsky. We've been talking with a lot of people. By the way, Jamie Jones is a great example of that. Look at the fact that they've promoted Tyson Fisher to associate editor. He went from being a crackerjacked, overworked reporter to now a crackerjack, overworked associate editor. And if you look at what Jamie does over there, and there are a lot of friends out there who are working in this industry who do this really well, is set up for the future. Set your table for the future. And I think it is going to be a big conversation, one that should have been had on both sides. Forgive me, you can come at me and yell at me. What we don't need is more geezers in golf pants running everything across the board, whether those golf pants are actually for a Peloton or whether they're for a golf course. You got to make room for the next generation. And when I say that, I don't mean you got to step aside. Sometimes people are in charge of all their faculties and can do a great job doing stuff. But at some point, you don't want to become one of those indispensable men in the graveyard. Because when the indispensable man goes to the graveyard, everything around them collapses if you haven't set up a succession plan. And I think it is a conversation like Brian Weibolt's compensation. How do we compensate for people? And I think if you want to make sure you get the next generation in here, they need to see that the people who have put their time in the industry have compensation plan. Like, let's say you want to retire at 58, right?
Okay.
Well, then you need to have a window from the time that you're 58 until the time that you're 65 till your Medicare kicks in.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, how are your companies working with people? How are they working with people to kind of set you up? I mean, look, our good friend Mike Barber over at Truckers Wealth, that's about investments and that's about indemnification and all that kind of stuff. But the idea that if you want people to become the next generation, you've got to show them that you are honoring and kind of setting up a pipeline of success for the current generation. And they've got to see the people who are leaving at the end of that. That's okay. That's okay. We had a phone drop. But you follow me, though? I mean, that's it. I mean, and I think it's going to be an ongoing conversation. If we're going to prevent the industry from actually getting older and older. Average age is 46. Average age is 48. Average death is 61. You know, like our friends over at the Project 61 talk about. If all that stuff kind of plays through, we've got to have that conversation. 615-292-6366.
That is our phone number.
And you give it again.
Yes. Okay. It is 615-292-6366.
We'd love you to kind of jump into the conversation, by the way. And there's a whole bunch of other stories going on. I don't know if you guys know this, but tariffs are now official. This is Mike Short, president of Global Forwarding for C.H. Robinson Worldwide. In just 48 hours, we just witnessed a sweeping wave of U.S. trade and tariff developments. Everyone is wanting to understand how these new impacts affect them. What I'm hoping happens over the next couple of weeks, Dave, is, look, agree with them, don't agree with them. The biggest problem, and our good friend Chris, who was here, talked about this as well, too. The big problem is, and it's been the buzzword everywhere I go, everyone you talk to says the thing that is making them craziest. Dean Croak, our friend Chuck Snow, everybody has talked about this, and we talked about this with, Rates and Lanes podcast. Rico Muhammad. Rico Muhammad. It's the uncertainty, dude. It's killing everybody right now in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
It's the not knowing that is absolutely killing us in the industry right now. I mean, that uncertainty continues to basically put everybody in this place of paralysis. You can't sell, you can't buy, you can't hire, you can't lay off. because the nightmare is you lay off and then the economy improves and then you're having to upgrade again. That's the biggest thing. It's why companies often hold on, Dave, to employees longer than they maybe should, because the worst thing is that you get rid of people, the downturn isn't as bad as you expected, or the downturn is followed by a rebound, and then you're left with not having enough people to do the job, which, by the way, can put you out of business.
We keep talking about the same things generation after generation over and over again. It's like it's a loop. It's a loop, like a broken record. Uncertainty. The last time we really heard about uncertainty crippling our economy was COVID, and then before that it was the recession.
And then it didn't.
Didn't. Yeah.
It didn't.
It did other things that we weren't expecting, but yeah. So expect the unexpected. You'll never be disappointed. You know, all of these cliches are true because they hold up. But I guess. Listen, I don't want to go way off the board here.
I think everybody who is listening wants you to go way off the board.
Well, okay, we are the same people that we've always been. Humans are the same thing. Cheryl and I, there was a new movie out. It was called, I think it's called Until Dawn. It was a horror movie, and I said, hey, that's a new a movie, and we never watch horror movies.
It was based on a video game, by the way.
It was based on a video game.
That Claire
yeah.
and I both played and had an immensely fun time playing. I'll tell you about the game in a second because it actually relates to the movie you saw. Go on.
Okay, but so you got that. Okay, so we don't watch horror movies, but we said, well, let's give it a shot. Well, we got about 3 minutes in. We said, we ain't watching this. It's when the guy put the stake through the guy's eye and it came out the back of his head.
Yeah.
That was enough for us to see, okay? But then I got to thinking, why do people want to see this? Because we're human. For some reason or another, we want to see other people destroyed in horrible, mangling, inhumane ways. Think about the Romans watching people burned as human torches.
Pneumachia.
The Christians.
You know what a pneumachia is, right? It's when
Yeah.
you fill up the Colosseum with water and you build an island in the middle of it with wild animals on it, and
Yes.
you have gladiators fight on boats.
Yes.
Whoever makes it to the island first has to then kill lions out there. Good times. While you eat your bag of dates in the front row.
Yes.
Good times.
But we are getting more and more and more like ancient humans than we've ever been in my lifetime. Horror, crime, violence has always been filtered and tamped down
Wait a minute.
in our media.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. You mentioned the 70s on more than one occasion. Have you watched the movies from the 70s?
Yes.
Have you watched I Spit on Your Grave or Cannibal Holocaust? Last House on the Left?
Yeah, I know.
Nothing's changed.
No, well, that's what I'm trying to get at. Yeah. Nothing has changed. We are the same people that we were 10,000 years ago.
Here's something really fun for you, though. You should have stuck with the movie if only for the experiment of what was going to happen next. The guy that got the spike through his eye,
yeah,
he came back.
Oh, I know. Evidently, they keep being reborn.
They keep being reborn.
The girl says, I don't want to die again.
I mean, that's basically what it comes down to. And the whole thing is based on the premise of, oh, well, you didn't survive the night, so we have to start the whole process all over again. You get 13 cracks at the title. Until Dawn, the video game is that you are in control of different characters at different times in the video game, and it is your job to basically craft your own movie. So there are like about 50 different endings to the game, depending upon who survives and who does not. And they're actually, and a lot of people they'll play the game once and then play for a couple of different endings, but you can actually pass the controller over to other people so they can play different characters. Claire and I divided up the characters. I think it's like 12 or 13 of them. We divided up the characters to play them at different times. And after we had played it a couple of times, we then went online and watched all the alternative endings. What happens if everybody survives? What happens if nobody survives? What happens if you rescue the girl in the opening scene? And it goes on and on and on. I think the only thing, I agree with you, by the way, nothing has changed. I think the only thing that has changed is the very thing that drives us crazy, which is change, which is technology.
That's what I was leading to.
Yeah.
Are we in gasoline and diesel, 150 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, same thing, only different. The new car, today's model, looks different than last year's model, but it's got the same engine, it's running on the same gas. So now we're doing all of this differently. This artificial intelligence, all of that stuff, robotics. Okay, robots used to assemble cars. Okay, and then I think it was Mercedes it might have been Mercedes over in Germany who decided that, well, wait a minute. Okay, the robots are making beautiful cars, but these are expensive cars, and people who want expensive cars, they want a unique car. So you want this, and I want that, and you want this over here. So no cars coming off the assembly line exactly the same. It takes too long to retrain the robots, so we're going to put humans back in to replace the robots. And that was a little flash in the pan news blip a few years back. But now we are handing our, and even in my car, I'm talking about letting that robot take over. It's going to
Robot Take the Wheel. There's a book we had on the show.
Take the Wheel, yeah.
When we get our Sleeper Cab library back up, by the way, I want to give you a big compliment. Hold on to your thought. Okay, hold on to your thought for a second. Jeremy Raymer was talking to Bob Book on his podcast, and he has a section now called "What Books Are You Reading?" And I want to say, I'm going to say this right now with pride, everything good in regards to trucking radio springs out of Nemo. Because you're the first person to actually have a sleeper cab library, to actually talk about the possibility of reading books or listening to books, audio stuff, that so much of what you have been focused on is the lifestyle, that all these guys who are obsessed with talking about rates and freight and everything else, there's only so long you can talk about that. It's only so long you can kind of talk about that. And at some point, you've got to give way to the fact that, people live in their minds, and they don't that recharging isn't just sleeping, but it's also taking your mind off of the thing. Because when you take your mind off of the thing, you often find solutions to your problems in places that don't involve your problems. Speaking of horror movies, by the way, I've gotten a chance to see 2 in the last week and a half, and I'm going to go see a third on Thursday, taking a friend for their birthday. 3 of the most critically acclaimed horror movies in years.
In theater?
In theater. I saw it Together on Saturday night by myself. I saw Eddington, which is by our good friend, one of Madison's favorite filmmakers, Ari Aster. Here's what's really cool about Eddington, by the way. You ready for this? It's not a horror movie, but it is. The invasion, the awful monster that is due on Maple Street, the body snatcher, it's just a COVID story in a small Southwest town that spins wildly out of control. And he goes after.
Is Eddington the name of the
movie?
I know, but
his name of the town.
The town.
His name of the town in the movie, and the poster for it is a series of buffalo simply running off a cliff. And it says, it's that simple, and it was terrifying. And the last 45 minutes, which are a shootout between Antifa, the local sheriff's department, and the citizens, is one of the most unhinged things I've ever seen in my life. But the whole thing's about COVID. There's no body snatcher. There's no monster in the desert. There's no invading aliens. It's just watching a town turn on itself because of COVID. And everybody, to some degree, being wrong, being hypocritical. Everybody is wrong in it. And it's long. I mean, it's a movie. I mean, it's like a serious movie. It isn't just like, things jumping out and putting a knife in your head, although that does happen. Really fun. Really fun. I mean, basically what he's doing in the movie is saying, let's just skip making a horror film about something and actually make it about it. That normally a horror filmmaker would have like aliens or, an alien virus or some kind of, evil land grab made against the Native Americans, turn into some kind of monster that then invades the town. No, he just goes COVID. This is because of COVID. And that's it. That's the whole thing. And it's just great. I'm going to go see a movie called Weapons about 17 kids that disappear one night at 2:17 in the morning. And then what happens after that? An entire classroom of children, except for one, simply walk out of their houses and then vanish. Well, they run off, and we don't know where they've gone. And that's the whole premise of the movie, and it's told from multiple perspectives. Lots of fun stuff actually happening out there, and a chance to check out all those movies. You guys, by the way, should make time every once in a while to do a little streaming, do a little reading, do a little writing, do a little thinking, do a little dreaming. By the way, can we talk about Derek Barr for a second here?
Sure.
We're going to have to wait a little bit on that confirmation, and it brings up a thing that Jamie talked about that you brought up with Jamie. So everybody, look, even he didn't get a unanimous acclamation, but there was nobody held up the nomination. You follow me, Dave?
Mm-hmm.
They was like, yeah, we're going to vote against this because we vote against everything that the President of the United States does, and we're going to vote for this because we vote for everything the President of the United States gives us. But there was a sense of there's no problem here. He got through the Commerce Committee. He's going to make his way to the floor where he will be confirmed. But they put it on delay. And it makes no sense.
No.
Because it makes no sense. Just get it done. Because this is a guy that the industry across the board is kind of in agreement about, kind of feels like, next best thing to being a truck driver, let's get it done. And it goes back.
Is that what the problem is? That the industry likes him?
Well, no, but the whole industry likes him. It is not just the guys in suits, but OIDA likes him, and the ATA likes him, and the Teamsters like him, and he's got a great record with the safety folks too, because he actually did ride-alongs with truck drivers. He insisted that his troopers, when he was in Florida, take the ride-alongs. So Connor Freeberg.
Awesome stuff.
Awesome stuff. I mean,
too good to be true.
And the other thing is too, it's like a lot of people when they hire a coach for a program, one of the questions is this your final destination? That's always part of the consideration.
Mm-hmm.
So many people in the FMCSA have literally been that wasn't their dream job. They actually were using that to get to their dream job in the private or public sector. This is a guy who seems to really want the gig. And this goes back to the parking thing you talked about with Jamie as well, too. They passed a massive bipartisan infrastructure deal.
Mm-hmm.
They have passed a number of things that have improved the lives of millions of people on the highways and byways. They do this with regularity. For 20 some odd years, and it's been longer than that, but for 20 some odd years, people have been howling about the parking situation. You're right to ask Jamie. At what point do we finally get this done? I mean, at what point does this finally end, where they finally have that big signing ceremony, where they sign it and they really start building all of those parking spaces? Do they, no more bike trails, no more commuter lanes, none of it. We're just going to get this parking thing done. And I wasn't kidding with Jamie. There's part of me that has this, I will absolutely come on this thing and turn into Howard Beale if, in fact, they pass it and 2 years later we see improvements across the entire profession. You follow me? I mean, I would absolutely have a conniption fit if, in fact, detention times come down, if, in fact, safety improves, if, in fact, we find truckers victims of less crime. If all of that comes to pass, I will have a conniption fit. Are you following me here?
I fully understand that, and I fully agree with you. It is the root cause of all of the... Look, the only time trucking or a truck driver gets in trouble is when the wheels stop. Now you can say, well, wait a minute, what about when they're riding on the road? They're fine until the wheels stop. What I mean is until you hit something.
Yeah.
Okay? So when the wheels stop for one reason or another, that's when the trouble begins. Once that left door is closed, you're fine. You open that door to the world outside. I don't think it's ever going to happen for two reasons. Well, one reason, real estate. It's the same thing that I have a problem with in terms of alternative fuels. Where are you going to put all this stuff? Real estate. There's no room for more truck parking because it's so expensive.
I have a more sinister. Actually, I think it will happen when somebody. And by the way, the parking thing, I won't lie to you, dude. I understand, and Jamie said it with all graciousness. There's a business model. We have friends who work in that business model. I think that the clock is being run out on what everybody agrees on until enough people who want to monetize truck parking maximally get themselves in place. I hate saying that because like I say we got friends in that particular sector, people we really like, but I feel like I'm beginning to suspect, given the fact that we still haven't gotten that darn thing across the finish line, it's like, can you buy us a little more time until we can get a few more customers hooked in to our services? Then you can build really nice truck stops, and rest areas. Then you can build larger spaces. Then you can remove some of the rules and regulations about when people can park and where they can park and all that kind of stuff. Just buy us a little more time until I get my proprietary model figured out, until I get my finances in order to make that happen. I can't escape that suspicion. And it goes back to the other thing you just talked about as well, too. The real estate thing is we will build it and all that stuff you talked about when somebody figures out a way to massively profit from it. Yeah. When I buy up enough land that the government is going to have to pay me $1 gazillion, then you can have all your groovy stuff. Okay, this is Jenna Slagle, the senior data analyst at Project 44. At this point, the likelihood of avoiding tariffs altogether has significantly decreased, with universal tariffs starting at 10%. Companies now need to focus on strategies to mitigate the impact of these tariffs. By the way, that, if in fact turns out to be true over the next week, like it or not, that's certainty. And that's something you can take to the bank. Nemo Nation, you can take to the bank as well, too. We're here from 7 to 11 every Monday. We got one more half hour coming and one more great guest headed your way. Well done, Madison. Go to RadioNemo.com. And by the way, head on over to ShadyRays.com. Sister, brother, friend, they got your back.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Jane, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Want to reduce emission systems maintenance costs? Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst is the answer. This advanced solution promotes a longer DPF lifespan and lets you enjoy fewer regenerations by reducing your soot output by 60%. That means less downtime and more time on the road. Keep your system clean and efficient so you can focus on what matters most, getting the job done. Make the smart choice for your vehicle. Head over to PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Well, hey there. Thanks for riding with us. Now let's get back to Nemo Nation. Here's Dave Nemo and Jimmy Mack live from New Orleans.
Hey, Jimmy Mack. Hey, Dave Nemo. How you doing, man?
Hey, Dave. Pretty good.
Nice to see you, by the way.
Yeah.
People can't see you, but I can see you. We're over here at the historic Degas House at the Fastport Studios. Really great to have somebody drop in, wasn't it? To have somebody actually sitting here.
That was so cool.
I mean, just terrific. And a lot of insight and a lot of thoughts. And by the way, we love that. And I'm really,
we are drop-inable.
Yeah, and one of the great things is, too, you're probably going to notice, guys, we're not going to be New Orleans-centric here, but the Port of New Orleans is here, and Acme Trucking actually is across the river. Its corporate offices are in Gretna. There are a number of folks in the transportation industry, some big players. So from time to time, don't be surprised if they find their way over here, including Mr. Bentley, who actually is listening this morning. Always good to have him along for the ride. Dave, I got a chance to talk a little story the other day about what's going on in Indiana about the road funding bill, but there's so much more to talk about with our next guest. They've had their victories, they've had their defeats. The struggle continues for our friend Gary Langston, who is the president and CEO over at the Indiana Motor Truck Association. You want to tell him good morning?
Well, yes. Before I say good morning to Gary, though, I just want to say kudos on keeping the old school name instead of the Indiana Trucking Association, the Indiana Motor Truck Association. I love that. Hey, Gary, good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Fantastic, man. It's great to have you join us here.
Well, we sure appreciate being a part of your show today. Thank you very much.
Well, you got a lot to bring to the show today, too. I don't even know where to start, but I guess maybe, why don't we start with towing? Because towing is like parking. It's one of those things that just
Can we just get this fixed, please?
Yeah, exactly. How long is it going to take, and what is it going to take? And then what do you get when you finally think you got something? And to me, it's just a little confusing as to how this all washed out in terms of what the end result of it once the smoke cleared. So I thought maybe you might add a little clarity, because it was my understanding that of all of the states in the union, the most egregious predatory towing concerns are in your state, Indiana.
Well, that's as a result of the ATRI report, American Transportation Research Institute.
Yeah.
In November 2023, they did indicate that Indiana was the number one state in the entire nation where a driver or a company would fall subject to, or victim, I guess I should say, to predatory towing. So I have to say I was somewhat surprised about that. I hadn't received that many complaints from drivers. I had received a few, but not enough to make me think it would be number one. And so after we checked it out, we did find that there were a lot more occurrences than were being reported, because for the most part, I think those victims didn't feel they had any recourse.
That was what I was thinking. Yeah. It's why bother?
Yeah. So we went to work on that, and we worked probably 6 or 8 months in preparation for trying to pass some legislation. And although it turned out to be much more contentious, much more high profile in a legislative session that already had 3 or 4 really high profile issues that they needed to address, it became a lot more high profile than we anticipated. But I'm happy to report that we did pass what I believe to be some very comprehensive reform that allows the carrier to negotiate with the towing company at the outset. If they find at the point that they find they're not going to be able to do that, they can file a civil complaint with the Attorney General's office, which will allow them to get their truck, their trailer, and their cargo back within 24 hours. And then they have another 30 days to try to still resolve it. They have everything they want. They still need to resolve the complaint. They pay the towing company 75% of the invoice up front, bond the other 25%. And if they resolve it, then it's over. If they don't, then it goes to court and the judge decides. But much better than what we had. They can no longer charge minimums for equipment that they have there for 2 hours and charges for 4, as an example. They can't charge for equipment that they bring and don't use. So there are a lot of protections that we didn't have before, and we're happy about that.
I'm going to actually, I realized something in terms of how contentious she said it gets, and here's what happens. The problem is when an extortion racket, and by the way, I'm making that comparison, when an extortion racket runs a neighborhood with little opposition, they're doing it because of learned helplessness. Nobody complains because nobody thinks anything will be done. So the people who are doing it to people have this expectation they're entitled to it. So this has been going on for a while, and when you guys decided to fight it, the people who sounded like they were invested in the old way went, wait a minute, it's always been this way. Did you run into that argument at all, the sense of the people who were opposed to this going like, wait a minute, it's always been this way? This hasn't, nobody complained until now. And so it sets up the idea about why stuff like ATRI is so important, right? The data is so important. You can point to it and say, wait a minute, that might have been the way things have always been done, but it doesn't make it right. Am I making sense, Gary?
That completely makes sense, and you're exactly right there. They were almost, aghast at, oh my gosh, I can't believe you're challenging this system that has worked so well
for our
us,
profits. Yeah, exactly.
for so long. But I could talk an entire show and more about the value that ATRI brings to us and to our industry. I wore that report out. I distributed that report to legislators, to the towing people, to the bankers, to everybody that was focused on this, and that was very helpful. But yes, it was very contentious. There were, not only from the surprisingly, not only from the towing association, but there were a number of legislators that I was so surprised to find that they were in opposition to it, and repeatedly asking why, and they had no good reasons other than they didn't think it was good policy. So, but fortunately, we were able to prevail.
Gary, you are very, very, very politic in that explanation. Well done, sir. Well done. I now know why you are the head of this organization. Well said, by the way. Well said. Just it's bad policy, Gary. That's all we can say. It's bad policy. It's bad policy. It's bad for re-election. Oh, I'm sorry. I said that, not Gary. Let's pivot here, though, because there's so much on the table to talk about. You guys took a crack, like our friends did down in Texas, at tort reform language. You didn't quite get where you wanted to be, but you'll take another run at it again?
Yeah, they're the tort reform. I would like to think that in a Republican supermajority state that tort reform should, to me, be a slam dunk. But unfortunately, it hasn't been as smooth as we had hoped. Although we have had some good successes. We were able to pass the seatbelt admissibility language last year, which had taken a while, but we were happy about. But our judiciary, both in the House and Senate, they're just not as focused on tort reform as we'd like for them to be. We have a lot of trial lawyers on both of those committees, and so it's harder to get done than we hoped. But yes, we did try to pass the bifurcated trial process, and we also had a bill that would have addressed non-economic damage caps. Those were not successful, but we have such a good alliance put together now, and a lot more focus. I'm very happy to say that Governor Braun has committed to supporting this. I pointed out to him that the states that had been successful, like Georgia, in this last session, had happened because the governor was so focused and so committed to being helpful. So he's on board with us, and we expect some much better results for 26.
One of the other things, too, that is on the agenda here is the road funding bill, HEA 1461, and every state has their own alphabet.
Which I didn't
too.
start at. I swore I wouldn't start at it, so we had to actually hold off on it. But go ahead, Dave. Finish it.
Well, you want to go somewhere else?
No. That's what I'm saying. We held off on that. I've been talking about what was going on, that whole battle over how they're going to fund the roads there, because they've been given permission, and you guys don't want them to do what they're talking about doing, right, Gary?
That is correct. I think you're well aware of the relationship between trucking and the tolling proposals throughout history. We've been very cautious about that. We don't think that's we understand that the fuel tax may not be as much support as it has been in the past for the obvious reasons, increased MPG, and they also in Indiana they like to use. Well, there are electric vehicles, there are hybrid vehicles, so they gave a lot of reasons for why tolling needed to be the right thing. We don't agree with that. I'm disappointed to say this is the first time since I've been here that I wasn't able to be supportive of the road funding bill. In 2017, we worked really hard to get that bill passed, and we're told that was a 20-year bill. Now, 7 years later, we're being asked for new revenue streams. So, no, we do not support, at least with the current information that we have, we believe that it's a premature decision. Unfortunately, tolling decisions are usually irreversible, and we believe there's a lot more work that needs to be done, a lot more information that needs to be dug out of NDOT and where all the money has gone before. We just think there's a lot more that needs to be done before this becomes a final decision.
Well, Indiana has had a storied history in terms of...
With trucking radio as well, by the way, in regards to tolling. You might know that, Gary. The trucking radio has had an impact because of tolling in Indiana. It just feels like that with so many people moving through your state, so many trucks kind of coming through it, being its unique crossroads sort of reality, that this is a conversation in one form or another. Tolls come up all the time, do they not? I'm sorry, Dave. I got excited. This is an exciting topic. I feel like it's a great debate that needs to be had, and I think that Gary's on the side of the Angels with it. Can you talk a little bit about there's always this return to tolling, is there not?
Well, it seems to be that always. Over the last 2 years, the NDOT conducted they assembled a group and they did a study to determine the best ways to fund the roads going forward, and it resulted in a list of 15 different possible ways to fund the roads. And unfortunately, the only one that was even considered or talked about as a result of that study was tolling. And tolling did not bubble to the top as far as the best alternative, but it's the only one that's been considered. So it's very frustrating. As you said, we've had a storied past. We have the Indiana Toll Road that we have struggled with. In 2017, they reopened the lease and raised tolls on trucks 35%, only on trucks, out of nowhere without any notice. We've had a very difficult time with the tolling technology that's present over the Ohio River between Jeffersonville, Indiana, and Louisville. There was just a report that came out this last couple days that talks about that they're going to need to use $3 million worth of tolling money just to try to square up RiverLink, because now the wait time when you call for customer service is 2 hours. So it's just we haven't had a good history with that. Oddly enough, I don't know if you saw the U.S. News and World Report that came out July 30th that said Indiana has the best roads in the nation. You might know how I feel about that. I can't think of one truck driver that I've ever talked with that says, "Gosh, Indiana has really good roads. How do you guys do that?"
I'm going to call you next week and just ask that question, just so I can be the first person ever to do it.
So I'll have at least one, I suppose.
Exactly.
But it's just there just seem to be a lot of conflicting messages out there that just don't seem to square up. But I just think we need more conversation and more consideration. And quite frankly, maybe they do need to toll in some places, but when you figure that trucks are the only vehicles on the road that pay for every mile that they drive already through IFTA and through IRP, and no one ever talks about that. They always just talk about how trucks use the roads and wear them out. But we're already, I believe, paying our fair share, and it's just very, very frustrating when a new toll goes in and trucks are paying 5 times what a car pays. Yeah, and the truck isn't taking kids to the softball tournament on the weekend. You know what I mean? In other words, the trucks are bringing the balls and the bats to the softball tournament. They are serving the communities that are blaming them for ruining the roads. So you don't live here. You can't come in here and ruin our streets, so you're going to pay for that. It's just a circle of confusion and consternation, It is very frustrating. But like I said, it's not going away, and neither are we. We're going to be here to the end. Whatever that is.
By the way, Gary Langston has joined us. I want you guys to go to intrucking.org. You can also find them on Facebook at IMTA91934, IMTA1934, and at LinkedIn, you can find them over there as well under the Indiana Motor Truck Association. It's great to have you this morning. Before we let you get out of here, can we talk a little bit about the press conference with Secretary Wright and Administrator Zeldin?
Oh, sure. That was actually I was honored to be a part of that last week. As you just said, it was Energy Secretary Wright and EPA Administrator Zeldin who came to Palmer Trucks here on the east side and did a press conference to talk about the phasing out of the greenhouse gas phase 3 mandates. And obviously not everybody thinks that's a good idea, but when it comes to trucking, we believe that it was a very strong decision. The mandates that were in place for trucks we couldn't do it. We couldn't. I don't know if we could have ever done it, but we certainly couldn't have met the demands in the timeline that the previous administrations had said we had to do. So we were very happy that they made that announcement from here. We're very happy that they made the announcement at all, and believe that it really clears a path for our industry to continue to be successful and serve the needs of Americans.
By the way, I want to give people a sense of who you are. Not only are you now currently the president and CEO of the Indiana Motor Truck Association, Gary's got 37 years for UPS, where he served in several capacities within many operations. Yeah, he was a driver. He moved into leadership. He became a public affairs manager for UPS Airlines prior to his final role of corporate public affairs manager. He actually lobbied for transportation-related issues at both the state and federal levels on behalf of UPS. He actually has seen all aspects of the supply chain. It is why he has been entrusted with the Indiana Motor Truck Association, and we have entrusted him this morning to give us all the news from Indiana that is fit to speak about. Thank you, Gary. Please keep us in the loop. If there's anything else you want to talk about, send Claire Marie a message and let her know you want to get back on the show. We'd love to have you again.
Thank you very much for your time today. We really appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you, Gary.
Nemo Nation continues. We got a little bit more time. I mean, not much. We've only got about 6, 7, maybe 10 minutes here to kind of really unpack some stuff. Do you want to hear about tomorrow's show about Road Gang Radio, which Lindsay and I enjoy doing so much? Yeah, for a little bit of a, as opposed to a recap, a preview.
You talking to me?
I'm talking to you, by the
talking to
way.
me? Yeah, I'd love to hear.
By the way, before we get to Tuesday's show, you got to get yourself. You got to make your way over here this week.
On Wednesday. Yes, indeed. 8 o'clock Central Time for the 1,000th episode of Tech Talk with TMC.
Outstanding. One of the most, and it's such a, it's such a basic sort of, the content itself is sometimes very complex, but such a basic thing. Just a show about, about tech.
Yeah.
Just an ongoing rolling discussion with TMC about the nature of tech, both where it is going and where it is right now. Sometimes the best approach to maintenance, which, by the way, we'll have Maintenance Matters tomorrow with a good friend, Kevin Lindsay.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, that's turned into a loosey-goosey.
I love hearing you guys, man.
I mean, it's like I said. I mean, he kind of said he called me one day and said, we're just gonna kind of talk about stuff, aren't we? I said, yep, that's how it's gonna play out. And our good friends from regions across America are going to be here with Trucking Tributes immediately after Kevin Lindsay arrives on the scene for Maintenance Matters. Highway to Health, Dave, couldn't be at a more appropriate time. Dr. Uli von Adrian, which I'm really excited about, president of the American Association of Immunologists, is going to be joining us tomorrow to talk about immunizations. Hey, by the way, you didn't get your booster, did you?
Boy, am I chagrined, embarrassed. Did I say chagrined? Yeah, because it was unnecessary for me to get COVID.
Unnecessary. There's a lot of people, though, that have been getting it recently, and a lot of it's because people aren't keeping up with the shots. I mean, it's that
that's
simple.
me.
It's that simple.
That's
and look,
me.
and we're not going to get into the politics of all of this kind of stuff, but once you make a decision to get on that train, you got to stay on that train, and it got you. But you know what, dude? You got through it. And don't be too concerned about the brain fog. I mean, you've only been half-assed today. It'll get better next week.
Yeah, you think so?
No. I mean, that's the thing, though, too. Is like we have to remember, too, if you do end up getting COVID again, guys, don't panic. don't panic after you get over the COVID, after your first negative test. Like, well, I still don't feel well. Maybe I've got the long COVID. No, you had COVID for about 4 days. Now you're testing negative. It does a savage number on you, which people always forget that too. That often people confuse being sick with recovering too.
I lost 5.5% of my body weight during COVID.
I know. At the end, dude, I'm like going, and it's crazy. We're coming up on the 20th anniversary of Katrina.
Mm-hmm.
And the summer before Katrina happened, I made a real commitment to my health, and I worked out like a madman, and was in good shape. I mean, the right before Katrina happened, Dave, I was down from, I peaked out at 267, but I'm going to say that I lost weight from about 245. I lost weight, and then I kind of held there.
Mm-hmm.
And then I began that slow walk down to about 190, 185.
Mm-hmm.
And we evacuated the city of New Orleans, and I was on the move constantly, but I kept on working out. Do you remember the Katrina crud? Did you get that, by the way?
Well, I was in Nashville.
Okay, well, it went around the whole country, though. There was a
okay.
crud that a lot of people got really sick that year because a lot of people kind of spread out, and people were moving all over the place, so the people who got sick really kind of spread it across the entire country.
Mm-hmm.
I got it. And I was still driving at the time in regards to like having to go from place to place. There was one time where I was literally guzzling Theraflu. I mean, just guzzling it, the daytime stuff.
Yeah.
And by the time I got to see my parents in Louisville, I had gotten so sick that I lost 13 pounds from being sick.
Wow. Yeah.
I got down to 167, which the only time I ever should have been 167 in my life was when I was 15 years old. And my brother,
'Cause you're tall.
Yeah, my brother, the first thing he said to me when he saw me, he's like, is there anything you need to tell me? And I said, other than the fact that I had the worst flu you could possibly imagine, no. And people forget that when you're in decent shape, when you're heavy and you get sick, you just look like you're a little fatigued. When you're actually in shape and it takes you away from your workouts, it takes you away from your good health and all that stuff, you can see people often look incredibly thin.
Mm-hmm.
They often kind of really wear down. That's a big thing too. So tomorrow we'll be talking to Uli von Andrian. We'll be talking to him about immunization. So you might want to stay to that. We have a guy I met named Kyle Hester, who is a documentary filmmaker, was born in New Orleans to a professional football player, Ray Hester of the New Orleans Saints, and a cheerleader mother, Hollis Huntoon. His inspiration to act came early in life, starting out in drama class in junior high school. He's actually made a number of really fun, spooky documentaries. He has done a lot of work with directors like John Frankenheimer, Bruce Beresford, and Mark Shelton, to name a few. He'll be joining us, by the way, tomorrow as Lindsay Lawler and I take you to the second half of the show, which is about having a life on Road Gang Radio.
He's got a movie coming out, too, this fall, huh?
He does.
Preacher 6.
He does, and I'm excited about that, too. We're going to dig into all that kind of stuff, whatever he wants to talk about, and people can call during that segment as well. That'll be a lot of fun. And then, well, Madison, you have a guest for us tomorrow, do you not? We're going to have an in-studio guest like we had today. Tell us about who's going to be joining us.
So as you all know, I work another job other than Radio Nemo. I am a tattoo artist, and my boss at the shop that I work at, Dominic Scrow, is going to be joining us, and he's an interesting guy. He's been tattooing for over 50 years. He's also a veteran, and he owns his own company, his own brand of tattoo healing ointment that he's going to be talking about as well.
We can't wait to have him on. Dominic Scrow will be joining us at basically 10 in the center, 11 in the east on Road Gang Radio.
Mm-hmm.
Can't wait to get to meet him for the first time. You guys are not going to miss any of that, by the way. Okay, so of all the conversations we had today, Dave, and they're all pretty terrific, was there any that you're going to kind of stay with you for the next couple of days? I mean, you get a chance to kind of marinate on this stuff.
Well, you know what? Given what my career was before we made the transition to where we are now, I think our conversation with Jamie Jones, was more authentic, more real than most, because we just told it like it was.
Yeah, and that sense of, and that parking thing is going to continue to be an issue. And like I said, one of the things,
and the women thing.
Yeah, well, the women thing was but that
yeah.
tied in very nicely to that. But what's important about that, and important about this platform, not that we were phony before.
No, we're just a different demeanor.
And yeah, I mean, and the fact is that Jamie's right, but I mean, I'm telling you guys and everybody, and look, here's the thing. There are people invested in keeping things crappy. There are two kinds of people invested in keeping things crappy when it comes to parking, when it comes to conditions. There are people that I think some of them fall under the category of leave me alone, those guys.
Mm-hmm.
But then there are also people who want to make a lot of money off the expense of other people,
Mm-hmm.
who don't want to spend a nickel to make your life more comfortable, to make your life easier. And I think sometimes it is a collusion between those two forces of, I don't want anybody else in my industry.
Yeah.
And if I keep it nasty enough and gross enough and keep it down enough, I'll be able to keep out anybody who might affect change. I do not think that is our listeners. I do not think that is the majority of people out there on the road who want a smoother ride, who want an easier life, who want a place to be able to pull that truck in and park safely without fear of being mugged, without fear of being robbed, without fear of being rear-ended on an open highway.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think in some ways, and Jamie's right, I've always said, women leave when it's uncomfortable, men leave when it's no longer fun.
Okay.
That is an enculturation, by the way. Of course, both Dave, myself, and Madison can name a gazillion exceptions. I mean, Madison's been uncomfortable since the day she's gotten here, and she's still sticking around. But you know what I'm talking about? The idea that,
sure.
Jamie's like, we don't want to put up with any bullshit.
Yeah.
Men will put up with bullshit if they're having a good time.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just like I said, that might be part of it, enculturation. I get it, but
wait, I'm having a good time. So does that mean?
Oh my God, the bullshit we've been shoveling at you for the last 3.5 hours, dude, complete BS. I mean, it's always been nonsense. Speaking of BS, did you know that our friend Gary actually has a BS from the University of Indiana?
I do indeed.
I think that's what it is. I think he's got a BS from the University of Indiana. Let me check this really quickly. I love all this kind of stuff, like, where'd you go to high school? Where'd you go to college? What kind of degree do they give you? Gary Langston, by the way, has a, what is it? Where is it? He has a BS in public affairs from Indiana University, Bloomington. That's the big one.
Mm-hmm.
And he's married and has 2 kids. How about that? That's kind of a nice. Why are we still on the air?
I don't know.
Madison, play some music. Good gosh almighty.
It's 10:59 a.m. o'clock in the morning.
This has been Road Gang Radio on Nemo Nation, on RadioNemo.com, and all points in between. Join us for Road Gang Radio tomorrow. Thank you, Dave. That was great.
Oh, thank you.
Guys, be safe.
Thanks, Matt.